Hey, everybody. Let's continue being Sherlock. Really bad at it.
Society burglar strikes again.
Yeah. You know about the burglar and everything. Apparently, I missed out on a very important information during one of our interrogations, and especially when I interrogated our let's see, one of our main suspects. Who was it that I needed to go back to? Ah, yes. Nolan Francis.
Tell us, who was at home on the evening of the 1st?
Well, just Miss Frances, sir. Oh, yes,
Wrong
of
place.
course, and Dr. Trevelyan.
Not this one. Not that lady. I need to talk to the doctor. Or was it our lawyer friend who will take us to her?
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan.
Yes,
she's being held
definitely my
downstairs,
Watson.
you know.
Hey, yes. Moments later.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand.
Where did you get the pistol?
I've no idea, though the police assure me it's mine. I didn't know Guy was at Halliday's. I've never even been there before. And why would I shoot him anyway? We loved each other.
There, Miss Nolan. Stiff upper lip.
Thank you.
Miss Nolan, what is the last thing you remember before the room at Halliday's?
Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, well, every night before I retire, my maid, Grace, brings me a cup of hot cocoa.
How nice.
Oh, yes.
And before that?
Well, before that, I dine with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening. My sister Loretta is under his care. The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
At the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine in March. My sister Loretta was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister. That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later. We began seeing a great deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides, had picnic lunches. It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand in marriage. I was so happy. I couldn't have killed him.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before.
Yes, twice in the past month. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park with no recollection of how I got there. The last thing I remember was having lunch with my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare.
How peculiar.
The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later, I met with my solicitor, Hiram Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Always playing Pokemon Go.
Jerry, he's a dear old friend. Though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late.
Boy.
He said some very unkind words about Guy.
Okay, I didn't glean any information out of that, so maybe it was the sister that I need to talk to again?
Enter and be recognized.
Oh boy. This.
Oh, you don't
Hey,
wish
Spaghetti.
to play Her Majesty, eh? Very well.
You do not seem particularly disturbed by the recent turn of events, Miss Nolan.
Each of us grieves in his own way, Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, grieving.
It must be difficult for you to face the possibility that your own sister may have killed your dearest chum.
Guy was fun to be with. And as for Frances, I love her dearly, but, well, it's funny to think Miss Right and Proper has finally gotten herself into a bit of a jam.
Miss Nolan, may I ask, when was the last time you saw Guy Clarendon?
Let me think. I believe it was the Richmond's party last Thursday. Yes, I'm sure of it. God, we did cut it up a bit there.
And after the party?
We did not go home together, if that's what you're implying. That would have broken Frances's heart. She was head over heels for Guy, you know. She had some foolish notion that he was going to marry her. Not that someone like him ever would. But I do recall her saying, and it might have been the night of his death, that she was going to have a talk with him about their future.
Dun dun dun! Still didn't hear the info that I needed. It was especially about the gun.
Tell us, who was at home on the evening of the 1st?
Well, just Miss Frances, sir. Oh, yes, of course, and Dr. Trevelyan.
At what time did the doctor take his leave?
Oh, let me think. It must have been 10 o'clock, because that's what time he always leaves.
What did Miss Frances do after her guest left?
What she does every evening, sir. Well, she asked for a cup of hot cocoa, which I brought her straight away. Then she read for a bit by the fire. Later, when I went up to bed, I passed her room, and the light went out.
What time would that have been?
Oh, let me see. Oh, I know it was 11:30, because the clock chimed. Then I went to sleep. Later, I was awakened in the middle of the night, right in the midst of the most peculiar dream. You see, I was barefoot and trying to buy a pair of shoes.
As fascinating as all this is, could we get back to what it was that awakened you?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it was something that I heard, or thought I heard. I listened for a bit. Well, that was the end of it, so I went to sleep again.
Sherlock is ready to
Later,
punch
I
your
awoke
lights
at
out.
7:30. I always
Tell
wake up
me
at
what's your
7:30, except, of course, on Sundays when I sleep until 8. As usual, I began to prepare Miss Frances's breakfast. I had no sooner gotten to the kitchen when I heard the front door open and close. Well, I ran to the front window and peeked out, and there was Miss Frances walking down the street.
Miss Frances.
And why do you deem that so unusual?
Well, she never leaves before she's eaten one of my currant buns.
Maybe Lestrade has the info I
Why
need.
even trouble yourself with this one, Holmes?
You believe Frances Nolan to be guilty?
Guilty as a cat would swallow a canary.
And on what do you base that brilliant deduction?
Look, Frances Nolan claims not to have known that Clarendon was residing at Halliday's. Yet she proceeded directly to his room where she shot the bloke. She claims not to have owned a gun. Yet the gun found in her hand was purchased at S. Goff, and the receipt had her name on it, for
S.
Christ's
Goff.
sake.
That's
No,
what we.
that little
That's
lady...
what I've completely missed. And well, that was the name that I kept wondering about. There being such a weird name, S. Goff. But that's the one I needed. So easy to miss. Oh, let's go there.
Do you remember a woman who came in recently and purchased a Derringer?
Oh, matter of fact, I do, sir. We don't get women in here very often, especially not alone. And I particularly remember that one because she was so pretty and she looked like she really knew how to have a good time, if you'll pardon the expression.
Do you remember her name?
I should say I do. She repeated it twice whilst I was filling out the order form. Seems like it was very important to her that I get her name right. Let me see, it was Frances, well, it was Frances something or other, sir.
Yeah, that's Loretta. Not Frances. Because she was so pretty. And we know that Frances is more plain looking compared to her beautiful sister. We're on to you, Loretta. You're the one who made all of this happen. Can we now go to the judge?
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court stands in session.
That was the only thing
Mr.
missing.
Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy Clarendon.
That is correct, my lord.
Would you be so kind as to tell the court who killed Mr. Clarendon? Please choose from either your notebook or directory, Mr. Holmes.
Certainly, my lord.
That would be Nolan or Loretta. Confirm.
I see. And what was Loretta Nolan's motive for killing Clarendon?
Loretta only meant to scare him as a joke. She thought the gun was unloaded. She was jealous of her relationship with her sister Frances. She had her eye on the Cleopatra tiara. She was no longer in love with him. Clarendon had named Loretta in his will, leaving to her all his worldly goods. I think it was jealousy mostly. Where's the walkthrough that I used before? Because I'm not sure anymore. I've forgotten too many details about this case. Sherlock Holmes. Consulting detective. Walk through. She had the eye on the Cleopatra tiara.
Ah, greed. Pure and simple. Now, have you determined why Frances Nolan went to Halliday's?
I have, my lord.
Please inform the court.
Dr. Mason told her it would help her bouts of memory loss. She was hypnotized. Sir Francis Clarendon asked her to deliver some money to his son. Loretta told her that the guy wanted to see her. Frances wanted to declare her love for Guy. No, hypnotized.
Not a very sisterly thing to do at all.
Nope.
Is there anything else you wish to report to the court?
Yes, my lord. I believe we've also solved the case of the society burglar.
You don't say.
Yes.
Who is the guilty party?
Remember, we may choose from either the notebook or the directory.
I believe we are already aware of that, Watson.
Thank you, dumbass.
Guy Clarendon was straight from the upper crust. Why ever did he turn to a life of crime?
He owed money to Calvin Leach. His father cut him off financially. Loretta Nolan dared him to. He was an accomplice of Gus Bullock's. Kilgore insisted that he do it to pay the debt. It was his father cut him off.
Congratulations, gentlemen. This was a difficult case.
On the contrary, my lord, it was elementary.
That's what you think.
It wasn't
Nonetheless,
far from
the good
elementary,
people of
but
London
in
are
control,
forever in
there's an
your
idiot.
debt. We thank you.
My pleasure, my lord.
I should be in elementary school from with my deduction skills, you know.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in less points. I think I'll ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
Yeah, don't worry. We played this for fun. So I don't, like I said before, I don't care about the score at all. And we finally solved that one, so let's see. The next one, last one of the cases on this one. The Tin Soldier. Do you wish to save the current game before starting a new one? Yeah, sure. Let's put it on solving.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe?
General Farnsworth Armstead, one of the 6 surviving Waterloo Tontine ticket holders, has been murdered.
Waterloo Tontine?
The Waterloo Tontine was a lottery of sorts, Watson. It was set up in 1815 to aid the veterans of the Battle of Waterloo. Wellington's victory over Napoleon.
Yes, of course, I knew that.
Quite an ingenious plan on the part of the founders. £1 bought a ticket in the name of some young relative. The ticket proceeds amounted to over £1 million. Half went immediately to veterans and their families for medical and hardship expenses.
What became of the other half?
It all went into an account at the Bank of England, where it's been collecting interest all these years.
Very clever.
Oh, yeah.
And how does one win this prize?
Simply by outliving all the other ticket holders.
And now you say one of them has been murdered. Very suspicious. Who are the remaining 5?
The oldest is Captain Robert Jurgens, age 82. Then there are Anita and Claire Thomas, who are 80-year-old twins. William Rowland is 79, and Peter Dudley is 77. Poor General Armstead was the youngest at 74.
Seems as if he would have had the best chance to outlive the others.
I recall reading something in the Times about a big to-do involving the Tontine survivors on the 18th.
That's correct. The Waterloo anniversary banquet at the Langham Hotel.
Why is the name Armstead familiar?
He was a noted art collector, I believe. He also authored a well-known book, Treasures of the Conquerors.
Quite right. At the time of his death, General Armstead was working on a revised edition for his publisher, Norgate and Company. It was to contain an entirely new chapter on a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star, which at one point belonged to Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother. The general had new information which traced the gem to its present owner.
Tell me about the circumstances of General Armstead's death.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, let me see. At 10 o'clock this morning, the general's valet, David Sennett, admitted a call to the general's study. Sennett says he did not know the man. He was elderly and spoke with a French accent. Sennett told him the general never saw anyone in the morning while he was at work. The gentleman insisted that if Armstead read the letter he had with him, he would make an exception. And so it was. Sennett took the letter in, Armstead read it, and went quite pale. He told Sennett to let the gentleman in. Sensing something amiss, Sennett dawdled in the area of the study for the next 15 minutes or so. Then he heard the distinct sound of swordplay. He tried to enter the study, but found the door locked. Then he heard the crash of breaking glass. He raced to the kitchen and out the back door to enter the study from the garden. By the time he got there, the caller had vanished, and the general was leaning heavily against a shattered display case of military miniatures. Before Sennett could assist him, he dropped a saber from his hand and fell over dead.
And I take it the letter, which so upset the general, was nowhere to be found.
Correct, Mr. Holmes.
Well, we shall put our brains and our feet to the task.
Well, this is certainly a very interesting case to start with. Well. All right, let's go to the usual suspects, as in all of our friends.
Ellis, my good man, what can you tell us about the Tontine story?
Time does take its toll, doesn't it? Back in 1865, the Times sponsored a 50th anniversary banquet. I'm quite sure I wasn't out of my pram, but I understand there were 204 survivors at the time. Now there are only 6. Pardon me, 5. Now that the poor general has been skewered.
Five survivors, so we have 5 suspects.
Hall's assistant says he's in court and will be there all day. Pity.
All right. Now talking to our lawyer friend, then.
General Armstead. Believe I know that name in connection with the Polar Star diamond. Believe it was once owned by the Russian Count Rostov, some rich old duffer. Towards the end of 87, somebody pinched it.
Do you happen to know who?
Nobody knows for certain, mind you. But the word on the street was the thief was a Frenchie by the name of André Martin. Had quite a reputation as a jewel thief, he did, though his reputation was based mostly on rumor. Just before the Polar Star was lifted, he had been seen in St. Petersburg. A few months later, his body was found floating in the Thames.
Drowned?
No, he had been strangled. The crime was never solved, and the diamond was never found.
So we got 2 cases going on then, just like before. Fascinating. Most fascinating indeed. Jolly good.
Do you people have nothing better to do with your time than to interfere in police matters? Well, don't bother with this one. We have the matter under control.
You do?
I've compiled a list of suspects, which you may not see. I intend to ask each one for an alibi, and the suspect unable to supply one is our killer. Quite scientific, really. Now, off with you.
So in other words, you're clueless. We'll help out. You got it. Okay, 5 suspects. And also, instead of our killed person, shouldn't be called Arms Dead anymore. It's more like Arms Dead. Am I right? Anyway, next.
The librarian was kind enough to write down all the information. Evidently, tontine comes from the name of Lorenzo Tonti, the Neapolitan banker who introduced the system into France in the 17th century. The Battle of Waterloo took place on June 18th, 1815. It is so named because it took place near the town of Waterloo in Belgium. The combined British and Prussian forces routed Napoleon's army, proved to be his final and worst defeat.
Dear Watson, whatever would I do without you?
Heaven only knows, Holmes.
Probably not do so well with the cases. Watson does help with all the doctory stuff. Not to mention he saves lives in certain situations. So the dear fellow should not be named Armstead anymore. It's more Armstead. Wink, wink. Not say no more. That better way of saying the joke, since we're British.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
A sword through the heart, a smart upward thrust.
Sword through the heart, and you're to blame. That Frenchman gives him a bad name. Yeah, Arm's dead. Stop it with that joke already. It wasn't even funny the first time.
I'm here regarding the Armstead case. I take it this is the saber he had in his hand at the time of his death?
Aye, indeed it is. A lovely thing to behold, isn't it? Unfortunately, it yielded very little evidence. The top half had traces of dust all along it, indicating it had been unused for quite some time. I did notice on the point a tiny amount of fresh blood. The general must have scratched his opponent. I'm sorry, Whitson. That's all the information to be gathered from this beautiful masterpiece. En garde!
That's Watson, sir. Watson.
And also, you don't... Well, saber can be used in dueling, of course. I mean, just... Can't unhear it now. Me neither. As soon as he said Armstead, I was like, why am I hearing Arms dead? God damn it. My bad.
Sorry to disappoint you on this one, Holmes. I can't uncover a bit of incriminating information on a single one of the remaining tontine ticket holders. All of those who led eventful lives are dead as a result. It appears the survivors have outlasted the others because they have led such quiet lives.
But do you have the names of them? I still don't know them.
The good general married into a considerable fortune when he took Lord Finch's spinster daughter, Mary, off his hands. Mary's brother, the present Lord Finch, was opposed to the marriage from the very beginning, and there was still considerable friction between him and the general. But through holdings which the general inherited from Mary, he and his former brother-in-law were in business together. Ah, the ironies of life, eh?
Why do you think Malcolm Fitch was so opposed to the marriage?
Well, I'm not sure, but it had something to do with the general's reputation with the ladies. Of course, this was before my time. Now, I'm not certain he can be of any help to you, but you might want to check with my illustrious predecessor, Mr. Lloyd Shoemaker.
I'll make a note of that.
You know, of course, the general wrote a book about art collectors and included some less than chivalrous details about how a few of them had come by their collections. One man, Carson Cabot, a gem collector, was quite incensed by being so named. In fact, he accosted Armstead and fractured the general's collarbone.
I understand that the general was going to include a chapter on the Polar Star diamond in his revised book. Would you happen to know if Cabot had anything to do with that particular gem?
Well, I can't be certain, but being the collector he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't already have it in his possession.
Possession. Possession. They're so posh. They're so posh in this game that it actually hurts.
Bloody shame it was about General Armistead's death.
Him. He's cool.
How touching, Shinwell. You're really grieved to see him pass on.
Well, sure, I had me money on him. I should have trusted me instincts and gone with one of the ladies.
Captain Jurgens doesn't seem to have had much of a following, even at 25-1.
Nah, that's just Booth Lacey and his cronies, and that's really a sentimental bet. You see, Jurgens is Lacey's uncle.
Huh. Also, I can see the names in that list.
With one of the ladies.
Claire and Anita Thomas. Claire / Anita. Something Roland. And I'm not sure about the last one. Dudley, maybe? Kind of looks like a Peter Dudley. I'll just put down Dudley. And also gave me Peter Hunty, you know, if we're talking about my dog. Dudley is a chicken. All right. Let's visit the Somerset house.
Is there any mention of the Tontine Fund in the General's will?
None. It simply states that Farnsworth Armstead's entire estate is to be used to form the Armstead Foundation, an organization to be dedicated to the study of military history.
Huh. Yes, I know I got his name wrong. Even after I said the joke, I was like, he's not Peter Honey. My brain was like, no, bad. All right, so let's see. First one is Fitch. Put your name in there. Then we've got just a moment. I'm gonna go through all these names first, then I'll show. So there was Senate, Shoemaker. C for Cabot. J for Jurgens. L for Lacey Booth. Then Thomas, Anita, and Claire. And then there was Roland and Dudley. Hey, down at the Drury Lane. Do you know the Muffin Man? I wonder what would happen if we go to Drury Lane.
Sorry, Holmes. No information here.
Well, let's not dawdle, Watson. There's work to be done.
But I wanted to know if there's a Muffin Man. Go Muffin Man then. It's hot in here because of the sun. Open the window just a little bit. Hey, team. Come on, everybody, let's doozy boosy. That's in. It's flush time. We got Dudley. And also, we got Petey. He's happy to see you guys. There. Ever seen a chicken ride a dog? Now you have. So he's not very safe there. Huh. Where'd you get such a... I need to wash Dudley. He's got a smudge on his wing. Okay, Dudley. I'll wash it. Alright, let's start visiting people. Let's start with Fitch.
I admit I strongly disliked Armstead. He was a cad who made my sister's life miserable. I argued at length with my father against the marriage, but to no avail.
But what was your sister's opinion at the time?
Unfortunately, Mary was not the attractive sort who had scores of suitors. My father was afraid she'd be left a spinster. The engagement was arranged just before Armstead went to France. During the year he was gone, I had him watched and discovered he was in the thick of some scandal involving a young French girl.
And you told your father?
Well, he wouldn't listen. I even went so far as to give the story to the newspapers. But my father got wind of it and used his influence to prevent its publication. I would have done anything to keep my sister away from that man.
Including murder?
Why, that's preposterous. Well, surely you don't think... I was scheduled to meet with Armstead today, but you see, my wife took ill. I spent the whole morning attending to her here until Dr. Ainstree arrived at around 11 o'clock.
All right, let's see about this Dr. Ainsley. Ainstree. I thought I heard Ainsley, but it's Ainstree, doctor. Put your name in there. Alright, let's visit... let's visit the good doctor, then.
We understand you were summoned to Lord Fitch's residence this morning.
Quite right. I received the message at around 9 o'clock and arrived at their home by 10. Lord Fitch met me at the door.
So if he was at there at 10 o'clock, he was not at Armstead's place. So that's that takes care of Lord Finch's alibi. This light attitude lever thing isn't cheap. Dealer said 500. This web page that delivers from Japan says 318 euros with postage. Damn. Talk to the butler.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the General.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the General was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book, the part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the General just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the General have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the General nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the General's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the General, and he handed me a letter to take in to him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the General's old regiment. When the General read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
There be seagulls outside. €400 from Germany. You kidding me? I guess not. 400 euros. God damn. All this for a light attitude deliver. Next, Shoemaker.
Langdale Pike told us you might be able to help us.
And how is Langdale these days? Has he lost his job? Or perhaps you're here to tell me that he's succumbing to some rare disease.
Oh, heavens no. You'll be happy to know he's in the very pink of health.
Oh, I'm sure you have no idea how that makes me feel.
Mr. Shoemaker, the reason we're here is to ask about General Farnsworth Armstead and the circumstances of his marriage to Mary Fitch. Have you any recollections that might help us?
Miss Mary Fitch. As I remember it, Lord Fitch was in a dither to marry off his daughter. Auction off might be more appropriate, actually.
And Armstead was the highest bidder?
Suffice it to say that despite a reputation as a randy dandy, Armstead's career prospects were bright, and that seemed to be enough of a recommendation for Lord Fitch. The girl's brother was very much against the match and did everything he could to break it up. Soon after the engagement was announced, Armstead went on a tour of duty in France, where he had an affair with a young French girl. She became pregnant with his child.
How positively scandalous.
Scandal with a French girl who was preggers. She became pregnant. Should have known. Armstead, you old fool. Got yourself killed because of the French girl. Sounding more and more like the Frenchman just killed him because of revenge. Got the girl killed, left, came living here, and now years later he was found again and... This car is old enough to have a mechanical attitude system linked to rear suspension. For a Volkswagen Audi similar system would be like €40. I wonder why it's so freaking like 10 times more expensive to buy it abroad. It's ridiculous if you ask me. Well, let's visit Cabot.
Can I help you, Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Cabot, I'm looking for the murderer of General Farnsworth Armstead. Where were you this morning?
You don't beat around the bush, do you?
Not if I can avoid it.
Well, it so happens I've been at home all morning.
Yes, I can see that.
Well, of course you can.
Either you've been at home all morning, or there's some other good reason why you are still attired in your bedroom slippers.
There's his alibi. Sherlock can tell. So Cabot didn't do it. How about Jurgens?
Captain, did you know General Armstead?
Armpit, you say?
Armstead.
Oh, Armstead. I knew that bloke. A jolly good fellow. Sat next to me at the last shindig back in '65. The 50th anniversary and all that rot. We had a grand old time swapping lies about her adventures on foreign shores. He swore by French damsels, but I argued for the China ladies. I hope they catch the deck rat who killed him and hang him proper.
Have you seen the General since the 1865 banquet?
I've never seen the General with a blanket.
No, since the banquet.
Oh. No.
May I ask, What are your plans for the Tontine money, should you win it?
Spend as much of it as I can while I'm still alive and kicking, and leave the rest of it to the Seamen's Fund when I'm dead. Or some people think I should leave it to my only kin, my nephew, Booth Lacey. I never would, mind you. He's a bit of a laggard, has never done an honest day's work in his life.
One of
Could I
those.
outlast the others and be found the next day with my skull bashed in? Look to Booth. He's sure to be holding a club in his hand.
Well, I can tell that Jurgens is not the killer. He's too fragile of an old man, not to mention hard of hearing. Well, let's go to your...
What did you discover, Watson? He wasn't in, Holmes, though his landlady suggested we might try the Red Bull Inn. The woman practically talked my ear off, went on and on about how Lacey constantly plays up to his uncle, Captain Jurgens, who's one of those old gents with a ticket in the Tontine. I thought she'd never hush up.
Red Bull Inn? Does it give us wings? And I forgot to write down the other place that the... like where the Frenchmen are staying at. Oh, it must be the Langham Hotel, maybe.
It seems none of the staff knows anything about Armstead's demise. The manager was rather grateful I told him the news. Says now they can count on one less place setting at the banquet.
Then I suppose it was a good thing we stopped here, Watson.
Ah, Langham was where they were going to have the banquet, which would have been the 75th anniversary of this Tontine. I should mark it down. Might be important. Let's see. I need to go visit Booth.
What did you discover, Watson? He wasn't in, Holmes, though his landlady suggested we might try the Red Bull Inn.
That's where we got the Red Bull Inn. So let's visit the Thomas ladies.
Would you care for some tea?
Thank you, no.
It's really quite good. We were just going to have some ourselves.
I really won't be staying long.
We get visitors so seldom.
Did you know the General?
We suppose he was at the last anniversary banquet. But we don't believe we ever met him. We were so sorry to hear of his death. It is such a pity.
Well, so I imagine you ladies have thought about what you do if you won the Tontine money.
We have no living relatives, so there's no one to share it with should we win. We need very little to get by on. Undoubtedly, we would leave it to the Ladies' League for the preservation of finches.
I would say that's a good cause, preservation of the finches, because finches are such cute birds. I'll donate at least 10 euros. I did have a finch, right? I mean, I have bad knowledge about the English names for birds. So let me check up. Finch. Yes. This here be a finch. When you hear this little guy singing, you know it's spring. Here comes Krampus. Hey, Fuzzy. Oops.
Been laid up for 2 weeks now with this blasted gout. Such a nuisance. Have to be carted about by my valet.
Perhaps you should try avoiding those rich foods.
Awfully sensible. But I always say might as well eat what you want now, because who knows what they'll be serving upstairs.
Oh, quite so.
Mr. Roland, did you know General Armstead?
Not personally. I knew of him, of course. Our little group has become quite small. Terrible about his death. Me, I hope to die at the dinner table.
Provided that doesn't happen any time in the near future. Tell me, if you won the tontine, what would you do with all that money?
There's a question to titillate the imagination. I've played around with that one every day for the past 20 years.
And?
I'm still working on it.
I understand that you have 2 sons in America and a daughter in London.
That's right. My sons own a very lucrative import company, and my daughter's married to a fine lad, Wentworth Cobbett, though he is a bit of a starving poet.
Cool. Thanks for the information.
Now, what can I be doing for you, Governor?
I'm working with Sherlock Holmes. We're looking into the unfortunate death of General Farnsworth Armstead.
Oh, of course. I've just come off a job, I have. My apologies for not looking me usual spit polish self.
Oh, don't bother. I hardly noticed.
Make yourself at home. I wish the missus were here to offer up some tea.
That's quite all right. I won't keep you long.
Heard about the general. Didn't know him, of course. Had no cause to wish him harm, tontine or no. But I've got to look at it philosophical-like. I'm the youngest now, so I've got the best chance of lasting the longest.
I did visit the Dr. Ainstree yet. Did I? Yeah, I did. Well, let's go to the inn.
I was wondering if you'd seen a Mr. Booth Lacey around here today.
Nope. Must be my lucky day.
Well, then, if it's your lucky day, why not spread some good cheer in the form of a pint and some food to that unfortunate chap standing outside your door? Poor bloke is missing an arm and a leg.
That poor bloke's your one and only Booth Lacey. Well, the whole thing's an act. He's as normal as you and me. Spends half his time begging out front and the other half swindling folks down at London Bridge Station.
So, Booth Lacey is a swindler. All right. Great place to knock down a cube on a couple of points. By the way, that Lacey wasn't there. He headed over to London Bridge Station. Uh-huh. Well.
Mr. Lacey, I see you still make your living by strapping your arms and legs behind you and fooling the poor public out of its tuppence.
Man's got to make a living somehow. What can I do for you, Holmes?
I want to ask you about the murder of General Armstead.
General who?
Really, Lacey. Perhaps you can fool some of the public some of the time, but you can never fool Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, that General Armstead.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Where else would I be? I was at church.
You, Lacey, at church? It hardly seems likely.
I swear, at St. Mary's. They pass out soup and bread every morning at 9:30. The father will vouch for me. You can even ask him.
I may just do precisely that.
That is exactly what we will do. Find the church. What was the name of it? I should listen better, shouldn't I? Ladies' League for the Preservation of Finches. Ah, yes. Maybe we should go and donate. St. Mary's.
I was wondering, Father, if you happen to know a man by the name of Booth Lacey.
I should say that I do. I see him every morning.
At Vespers?
Wish that it were. No, at our soup kitchen. We can pray for the unfortunates of this world, certainly, but we can also offer them a little sustenance of a more nourishing kind. Every morning at 9:30, our doors are thrown open to those less privileged than ourselves. And every morning, without fail, Booth Lacey is here.
You're certain of that?
I am. You see, with only one arm, he needs someone to carry his bowl to the table. Invariably, I am that someone.
Was Mr. Bean singing that hallelujah back there in the church? Falling asleep? Eating a candy? Or trying to? Sneezing? Everything else from that sketch. I wonder if there's anything here. Me? Since I am supposed to find some Frenchmen, how about I go to the French embassy?
Farney and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College. We became the best of friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
He always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name of Mary Fitch. Behind her back, that's what he called her. Horseface.
How dreadful.
Wow.
Whatever became of her? She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage. I believe that Farney looked upon his stay in France as his last great fling.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget it. Ma Fleurette, he said.
How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence, until last week, that is. It was the first time we had seen each other in over 40 years. We had supper, and then went to see the French actor Philippe Arnaud perform. The General commented that my presence beside him while French was being spoken reminded him of the old days.
So your visit went well?
Exceedingly well.
Can you think of anything that might have been troubling him?
No, the General was in excellent spirits. He joked about the upcoming Tontine celebration at the Langham, and he was very enthusiastic about the new information concerning the Polar Star. In fact, this week he was supposed to meet with a countryman of mine about it. It is hard to believe that my good friend is gone.
Not much information came out of him, other than he definitely did not like our good Mrs. Finch, which is sad calling her freaking horse face. That's just rude and ugh. But he did say also that they went to watch a show at a theater. Princess Theater. That's what it was. Alright. Let's go check the place out. Maybe they have information.
But you must see Philippe perform. My nephew's an artist, a wonder. He manages to portray the Emperor Napoleon from age 19 until his last days on the island of Savarnane. You would swear 5 different actors playing the part, but no, it is only Philippe aging before your eyes. At 48, he's the toast of the continent.
You seem rather young to be the uncle of a 48-year-old man.
I am but 8 years older than Philippe, though I can assure you I am his uncle. You might say that our family has a history of late arrivals. Philippe's father was 25 years older than myself, and Philippe's poor sister was 15 years older than he.
Why do you say poor?
She died many years ago under tragic circumstances. In fact, her mother was so upset over her daughter's death that she was put into an asylum. We received word yesterday from the asylum that she had also passed away. It upset
Philippe very much, resurrecting old ghosts, as you might say. But we have been playing for enthusiastic audiences for several weeks. As we say in the business, the show must go on. And Philippe is a trooper. He would never allow it to affect his performance.
But can you tell us where Philippe Arnaud is this morning? We should like very much to meet him.
Well, he is not here now. Our company is staying at the Grand Hotel. However, I believe today he is visiting the National Gallery. But if you would come back this evening, I will have tickets awaiting, and after the show, you're welcome to come backstage and meet him.
All right. So he's at the National Gallery, and he stays at the Grand Hotel. Hotel? Ah, Grand. There. Okay. Next up, National Gallery, meeting Philippe Arnaud.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Huh. So he's not there. Next up, Grand Hotel.
How fortunate that Inspector Lestrade authorized the hotel manager to allow us to search Philippe Arnaud's room.
Perhaps we can return the favor and solve a case for him someday. Today, for example. Let's look around.
How strange that a man who requires a cane would leave without it.
Perhaps he doesn't require it for walking.
Look here at the handle. Well, that could certainly give a fellow a start.
Precisely, Watson. Look here. It appears to be a letter.
Looks quite old. It's addressed to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars. Shall I read it?
Please do.
Dearest, how I hated you for leaving me, but the child, our child, eased my heartache and muted the hate. Now my sweet baby is dead. How cruel that the innocent must suffer for the sins of others. Now I have nothing. Now I am nothing. I cannot bear the pain. Goodbye, I love you still, Fleurette. How tragic. Why, perhaps this is the very letter that the General read.
Good thinking, Watson.
Oh. So that happened. I'm beginning to feel that there might be some kind of a revenge story happening here. Okay, so the French embassy had his friend, but there's another Frenchman that was mentioned, a Pierre Monton or something like that. And I don't see any name here. Oh, Pierre Martin. That's it. Not Monton, Martin. So let's go visit this guy.
Pity. It appears that no one is in.
However, can you tell, Holmes?
There is a sign on the door that says, "We are gone for the day."
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Huh. Maybe he's staying at a hotel? Langham Hotel is where the bank with this should be. I'll start with the Bridge House Hotel. Maybe that'll give me something.
How in the world did you hear about it so soon, Mr. Holmes? The body's still warm. Couldn't have happened more than 10 minutes ago.
Body? What body?
Well, the one what's upstairs in 203.
We're here for something else, actually. Looking for Pierre Martin.
Well, that's the very fellow what was done in.
Well, tell me, young man, do you know what transpired?
Well, Mr. Martin checked into the hotel on the 8th. He was a Frenchman. I didn't speak to him much.
Who discovered the body?
I did. Well, I came along to his room to deliver a wire. Here it is, sir.
Information still valuable. See me, Wells, Osborne, Norgate and Company, publishers. Tell me, did you see anyone suspicious hanging about?
No. No, sir. Well, actually, now that I think about it, there was a rather large man with a foreign accent, Russian, I think. He said that he wasn't sure about the address and that he'd only just arrived in London. He asked for Mr. Matin, and I sent him straight up. Well, he was rather well-spoken and well-mannered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. A few minutes later, he came down. He was practically running. I saw him go out the front door and hail a cab.
Was there anything amiss in the room?
Oh, I'll say. An inkwell was toppled on its side, left an awful mess on the carpet. Big blue spots and inky footprints right the way to the door. The manager will be in a fret when he sees it. Fortunately, there was no blood.
Perhaps he was strangled.
The thought plickens. In the two cases, even Martin is dead because of the diamond. Yep. You want to see? This is what I've been writing. All these notes just for this one case. I'm loving this. This is so much fun. These are good games. Can't wait for Volume 2, which I'm going to play once I'm done with this case. We're going to be playing all the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games. So, let's go to the Russian embassy. See if we can find about this Russian man. Oh yeah, I also should add the this hotel in there.
Count Rostov, Watson.
Count Rostov, Holmes?
According to the woman at the embassy, he is the only Russian national who has arrived in London in the past few days.
But how will we find him?
He's staying at De Kaiser's Royal Hotel.
However did you deduce that, Holmes?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I asked.
Of course, the easiest way to get the information, just ask. Yeah, the Kaiser Hotel. No need to be so snobby there, good Mr. Holmes.
Are you from the police?
Were you expecting the police?
I was. My valet, Vladimir, reported to me that his interview with Pierre Matin was decidedly unproductive, as he was dead when Vladimir arrived.
I see. Tell me, why did he go to see Matin in the first place?
It was in reference to a certain valuable possession of mine that was stolen some years ago by Pierre's brother, André. I was in Paris, and I read in the London Times that General Armstead was to revise his very interesting book to include a chapter concerning that possession. Originally, I came here to visit him.
Then how did you discover Matin's whereabouts?
Shall we say, someone made me aware that the Matin was also in London, that he was the general source of information. But when the General Armstead was reported dead, I had no other alternative but to pay a call on Matin. So I sent Vladimir, an old man's legs, you understand, to speak with him.
So Matin's brother, André, was the one who stole the diamond 3 years ago, but he also got killed. Everything's revolving around this diamond thing. I mean, these two cases are intertwined in some way. At least now we know that this count, this Russian, was the owner of the diamond. But both the men who knew about the diamond are dead, which is Armstead and Martin. At first I thought in this whole case was maybe it's the same culprit for both. It seems to be that it could be that there's somebody who knew about the diamond but also is somehow related to Armstead because of that French lady that he knocked up years ago. I mean, even Philippe Arnaud's uncle, at the theater, said that their age gaps are huge in their family. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody who... I mean, there's also the thing that the person who came to visit Armstead before killing him could have been an actor, just disguised as an old Frenchman. Theater, you know. I got a suspicion that Philippe Arnaud is nowhere to be found. I got a suspicion that Philippe Arnaud is the one who killed him. That Philippe Arnaud might be the child. I mean, Armstead was also writing a book about the Polar Star diamond. Might be a way for us to find some more information about the book. Hey, look at that. Compagnie Arnaud. Vive l'Empereur and Paris fin de siècle. I mean, it's also interesting that they went to see the play together a week before. That is Gerard and Armstead. And Philip was performing there as Napoleon, especially. Improved spectacles. They will write anything in the newspaper these days. Panic at the Théâtre Français. The performance at the Théâtre Français this evening was disturbed by an occurrence which has resulted in panic. Shortly after 10 o'clock, the electric wires supplying the chandeliers came in contact in consequence of the wearing away of the envelope. Might not have anything to do with our current case. But maybe that was the way that he got out of. Company Arnaud, yet again, mentioned. Apparently, the Arnaud was a big thing in the theater for a long time. Hey! To be published this summer, new edition enlarged and revised Treasures of the Conquerors by General Farnsworth Armstead, with several entirely new chapters, including one featuring the fabulous diamond, the Polar Star. So I need to go to Norgate and Company. Aha. Norgate and Company. Put that in. Let's go.
General Armstead's book has been a very controversial subject from the start.
I understand the original publication caused quite a stir among the public.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, you know, of course, that many of the treasures listed in the book had in fact been stolen by their present owners. That revelation caused quite a sensation, and we were delighted. The more libel suits that were pressed against us, the more the book sold.
May I ask why the General chose to revise an already successful book?
There was one piece of critical information missing from the first edition. It was the whereabouts of a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star.
Seems to be a very popular gem.
Indeed. So you can imagine his excitement when last March he received a letter from a Frenchman by the name of Pierre Martin, who claimed to know where the diamond was. He had even provided a detailed description of how the gem was stolen from its last known owner, a Russian fella, Count Rostov. He said the thief was an Englishman.
Might you know his name?
Martin wouldn't tell unless we paid. As I understand, he was in town a day or so ago and had tried to set up a meeting with the General. Unfortunately, I don't believe they had a chance to meet.
Yeah, because they both died. Like on the same day. Almost. The plot really thickens, so they were supposed to meet to talk about where the diamond is, but apparently somebody decided to kill them to find out where the diamond is. Huh. Can we go and solve the case now?
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court stands in order. I see we have the pleasure of your company today, Mr. Holmes. I understand you've been investigating the murder of General Farnsworth Armstead.
That's correct, my lord, and I believe I have solved the case.
Do you now? Well, then tell me, who murdered the General?
I believe we're to choose from either our notebook or the directory, Holmes.
As usual, Watson, your help is invaluable.
I'll have to go here because I don't have Philip's name in there. Don't think I marked it down. Yeah, I did not, but Has to be Philippe Arnaud.
A brilliantly logical deduction, Holmes.
Thank you, my lord.
Now tell us, why was the general killed?
Objection! There. Yeah, I have all of them from Phoenix Wright. You have to. Objection! Hold it! Take that! To get him out of the running for the Tontine prize money, to avenge the honor of Arnaud's sister Fleurette, to prevent the publication of the revised edition of Treasures of the Conquerors because of his marriage of convenience to Mary Fetch. It's avenge. Arnaud's sister Fleurette. She was mentioned in the letters and everything.
Now tell me, gentlemen, what was the general trying to say when he turned around the figure of Napoleon?
He wasn't trying to say anything. The figure was turned accidentally during the struggle. War, like murder, is an exercise in futility. The sword that killed him was identical to the one Napoleon carried at Waterloo. His murderer was the actor who was playing Napoleon, Philippe Arnaud.
Rather clever of the old boy now, wasn't it?
Indubitably. A man who keeps his wits about him to the last has my undying admiration.
I was wondering, just for the record, could you tell us what the general used to call his wife?
My Fleurette, old moneybags, horseface, rich Fitch. No, horseface.
Excellent job, gentlemen. You have solved the case to my satisfaction. The court stands in recess. Until next time, of course.
How good are my points now, bitch? I solved this much easier than the others.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in less points. I think I'll ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
How are you supposed to solve this with 28 points? Huh. I don't think there's a timer. I think it's all about what you click. So each time I click on anything, it adds points. At least that's how it was when we checked it out on the first case that I was solving, that when I clicked on something, it added points, and I thought, hey, I can get as much points as I want, which is actually not a good thing, it does. Still, that was a fun case. Actually, writing things down and listening helps. Yes, I was able to solve this case without much help. And that's solved. Nah, no need to save. Case solved, case closed. On to the next one. La 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 dee. ICOM. Sherlock Holmes, Consulting Detective Volume 2. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Pedophilia and Warring League. Case of Two Lions. The case of the pilfered paintings. The case of the murdered munitions magnate. The game is afoot. The game is ahead. The game is ahead. The game is ahead attached to a foot bone. Well, let's get going. The Two Lions.
I dare say, Holmes, I believe someone has left a note upon our door. Dear Mr. Holmes, please check today's Times. I think you will find something of interest. Signed, a friend.
That's an interesting start. 1888. August 17th. Roy Slade's Wild African Extravaganza opening tonight. Mr. Slade's celebrated spectacle returns from Wilhelmshaven with horses, elephants, lions, clowns, and performers of all description. O'Neill, the great lion tamer, at each performance. Mr. O'Neill will give his marvelous exhibition with his full-grown lions, the most daring performance ever witnessed. Daily at 3 and 8 at the Hengler's Circus. Okay. Roy Slade, tonight at Hengler's. Lions murdered in Hyde Park. 2 lions, both male, were found shot to death in the Hyde Park in the early hours of this morning. Neither the constable who discovered the macabre sight nor the inspectors of Scotland Yard admit to any clue as to the perpetrator or motive for this bizarre affair. And also Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull from the previous case in the previous game. All right. Looks like we got a case. Let's go to Lestrade.
Oh, no. What do you want? I thought I was going to have a nice quiet day.
Somebody has asked us to check today's Times, and I was wondering if you'd be so kind as to tell me what you know about the mysterious deaths in the southeast.
There's nothing mysterious about it. The culprits are in custody at Old Bailey. The victim's body is at Bart's.
And what about the murdered lions?
What of them?
What did you find at the scene of the crime? Holmes wants me to record it precisely.
What did I find? 2 lions shot a number of times, lying on top of one another. Wagon tracks leading away from the bodies. Footprints in the damp grass.
How many footprints, Inspector?
Oh, who knows? I believe there were 2 sets of boot prints, if you want to get specific. They entered and exited from the wagons. Now, will that do it for your Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson?
Nearly. And what became of the wagon? Surely Holmes will want to know that.
Abandoned in Archbishop's Park. I had a man drive it over to our central carriage stables, largely so that someone could look after the horses.
Any motives for the murder?
Unfortunately, I haven't a clue.
Let's see, who could we talk to next?
Mr. Ellis has not yet returned from his assignment in Europe.
Well, it looks as if he'll be of no help to us on this case.
Great scene. I'm glad that they filmed that one.
You do appear to be up to your eyebrows in something, Hogg.
It's the jewel robberies here and on the continent.
Ah, yes, the society burglars and the Oldenburg jewels. I've been reading about it in the Times.
The cases are quite similar in several respects, though I'm baffled at how the thief or thieves have managed to escape detection.
I agree, it is a mystery.
So, what brings you here, Watson?
Holmes and I received a strange note instructing us to check today's Times. We discovered 2 items of interest: the murder of Lyons in Hyde Park and the mysterious death of a Stephen Lyons. Interesting coincidence, don't you think?
Oh, it is. I do wish I could help you, but I haven't kept up with the latest since I buried myself in this jewelry business.
Stephen Lyons. Old Bailey.
The victim, Stephen Lyons, was last seen in the company of Sylvia Carpenter, Marcy Edwards, and Collier Eddy at the Red Bull Inn. It was a simple matter for the police to identify and apprehend them. Would you like to talk to them?
Yes, thank you. Tell me, Miss Carpenter, what happened last evening?
He just dropped down dead, he did. I done nothing to him, I swear it.
Miss Carpenter, did you know the gentleman?
Never seen him before. Marcy, me and Collier was just sitting around talking about this and that, and the sailor comes up and he says he'd like to join us. So we started off to Marcy's place. We only got a few steps and the sailor starts gasping for air. He made an awful sound and then he just keeled over dead. I took off like a shot.
Did you notify the authorities?
No, why should I?
And then he just dropped over, dead as a doornail.
That's precisely the story Miss Carpenter told us.
Well, then that proves that it's the truth. Looks like the copper's got the wrong girl. But that ain't unusual, is it?
I understand the man was robbed.
Well, the man was dead. What use did he of a few quid?
Dead or not, it's still stealing, my good woman.
So
I
you're going
was
to
out
jail.
for a little fun is all. Never seen the bloke before, and I had no cause to harm him.
The police seem to think that his money and gold earring might have been cause enough.
Well, I took the opportunity as it came is all, but I didn't murder him for it.
You know who he reminds me of? This guy. Was also as good as actor, I would say. Lots of O'Neills. Stephen Lyons. Yes. Carpenter Sylvia. Will it give me the same...
Mum's the word for Miss Carpenter's landlady. She says she makes it a point not to poke her nose into the business of others.
If we followed that advice, we'd never get anywhere, would we, Watson?
That's true. Gotta poke our nose in everybody's business at this point. Good old Red Bull Inn. Yet another case in here. Let's go visit it.
Stephen Lyons. He was a first officer for Aberdeen Navigation on the SS Trueheart, but he was always talking about buying his own ferry boat. He was in here just last night.
Was anyone with him?
He came in with a red-headed bloke, but the fella left after just that one drink. Then Lyons has a drink with Wally Sharp, who comes in now and then. Sharp left, and Lyons spots Sylvia Carpenter and that Marcy Edwards, who was sitting with one of their regular customers, Collier Eddy. So Lyons goes over there. Staggers over, if you want to know the truth, though he hadn't had but a couple of drinks. I've seen him put quite a bit away at other times without ever showing a sign. So he goes over there, sits down, they get all friendly like, and then they all left together. night.
Was anyone with him?
He came in with a red-headed bloke, but the fella left after just that one drink. Then Lyons has a drink with Wally Sharp, who comes in now and then. Sharp left, and Lyons spots Sylvia Carpenter and that Marcy Edwards, who was sitting with one of their regular customers, Collier Eddie. So Lyons goes over there. Staggers over, if you want to know the truth, though he hadn't had but a couple of drinks. I've seen him put quite a bit away at other times without ever showing a sign. Stephen Lyons, he was a first officer for Aberdeen Navigation on the SS Trueheart, but he was always talking about buying his own ferry boat. He was in here just last night.
Was anyone...
All right. So we got the carpenter lady. Then we've got the Edwards Marcy. And then we've got the Wally Sharp. Then we've got these... There's no Eddie here. I thought I heard Eddie Collier. Oh, Eddie is the last name. Collier, Eddie. And then there was the... shipping, Aberdeen. All right. Let's go ask some questions, shall we?
That Marcy Edwards. Never liked her. Never liked them blokes she brought round neither. In fact, I packed her up this morning. Threw her out on her cheap bottom. Don't know where she went. Don't care neither.
Oh, she's in jail. For stealing. From a dead guy.
I ain't seen eye nor ear of Collier Eddie today, but I can assure you he's pretty much on the up and up.
Oh, he's a proper gentleman then.
No, I wouldn't be going that far, mate. He's fond of his gin, and he's not above sporting with the ladies, if you know what I mean.
I'm quite sure I do.
You catch Eddie on an off day, he can be a cantankerous sot. Seen him bust up a bloke or two with the brick press of his.
Captain Sharp, how well did you know Stephen Lyons?
He was my first officer. Fact is, we didn't get on too well. He didn't like taking orders. Always talked about having his own ship someday. But Aberdeen's doesn't pay much, so where would a man like him get his hands on that kind of money?
When did you see him last?
Last night at the Red Bull, we had a drink together.
Stephen Lyons has been on board for about 2 years now. To tell you the truth, I had just begun to look into irregularities in his paperwork.
What prompted you to do that?
It seems like some things started disappearing from behind locked doors. Never found any of it. But when I asked him about it, he was rather evasive.
My, that sounds incriminating.
But more than that, I had reason to believe that he carried unassigned cargo for his own profit.
What sort of cargo, Mr. Eason?
Everything, from horse collars to gems to French perfumes.
When did you discover this?
Following our recent passage on the Rhine.
So, that's how he got to money. Sharp just mentioned that he was into a lot of money somehow, but now we know he was a smuggler. Certainly seems that way. So maybe that's the reason why he was killed. Now, what's the case with the freaking lions? The two lions being killed? Why would anybody kill lions other than in self-defense? And why were they in the park? So many questions. Let's find out.
It says here that lions are not only native to Africa, but also to parts of Persia, Mesopotamia, and India. The image of the lion is used to symbolize the power of Britain. But of course, we knew that already, didn't we, Holmes?
Indeed, Watson, indeed.
We also use it. Lion is our thing as well. We especially call it the Lion King. The more you know, Rainbow and shit. What was the name of the guy that I read about? Roy Slade. No Slade here. Fascinating. Oh, wait. I need to go to Archbishop's Park. That's where things happened. And also Hyde Park.
I question why we have come to this location. If clues are what we are seeking, then we are in the wrong place altogether.
I'm sure Lestrade mentioned our Archbishop's Park.
How unlucky. No one seems to be around.
It's Hyde Park. How can there be nobody around? Seems like Lawrence spent a good bit of time here last night before he keeled over. Yeah, I'm thinking the way he keeled over that he was poisoned while he was at the Red Bull Inn. Eason said he would only give information to the proper authorities. Ah. So we got a name. Eason.
All this way and not a clue to help us solve this case. How terribly disappointing.
I'm stuck. I got no new information from anybody. Ugh. Let's go talk to our usual suspects, as in all these people.
Lions? The beasts or the dead chap?
The dead chap they found down on St. George's Road.
Now that's a lion I've seen.
What do you suppose was the cause of death?
For once I believe the papers had it right. It was a drug, some sort of poison.
What sort of drug?
I don't know. It affected the respiratory system. His lips and fingertips were quite blue, but his eyes had a distinct yellow tint. I'm afraid I've never seen anything like it before. Something rather exotic, I should imagine.
Yeah, well, if it's a yellow tint on his eyes, it means that it destroyed his liver. So let's go check the newspaper again. Maybe there's news of that murder as well. Shortly after 9 o'clock this morning, the body of Stephen Lyons was found lying in St. George Road, Southwark. A short time previously, the deceased, a first officer Aberdeen Shipping, was seen being led in the direction where the body was found by 2 women and a man. The body had been robbed even to gold earrings, which the man had been observed to have been wearing. 2 women of ill fame and a man described as a laborer, but known to the associates of bad characters, have been taken into custody on suspicion of having caused the sailor's death. There were no wounds on the body, and it is supposed that an overdose of some drug had been administered. Southwark. St. George's Road. Still feels like they were not the culprits. The biggest suspects that we now have are the red-headed guy that nobody knows their name of and Wallace Sharp. Because they were with him before he went on to with this trio of idiots.
Why, HR, whatever are you doing? Going home, Whitson, going home.
Going home? I was hoping you could answer a question about the mysterious death of Stephen Lyons.
Lyons! Ah, yes, 896. No real evidence for that one. Just some clothes. No personal effects. Clothing undamaged. But traces of sea salt indicating he may have been a sailor. Well, that's about it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off. Ta-ta!
Ta-ta?
And do say hello to your friend Mr. Helms for me, will you, old chap?
Whitson and Helms. This guy pays attention to people. And also nice music there. Comedy.
Let me have a look at this list. Of all of these people, Thomas O'Neill is the only name that rings a bell. He was a suspect in several jewel robberies, but he was never convicted.
I see.
Great conversation. So that's why there were so many O'Neills. Only one pops out. Thomas O'Neill.
Pity. It appears that no one is in.
However, can you tell, Holmes?
There is a sign on the door that says, "We are gone for the day."
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Lendl says he has a cooler where Eddie is. Isn't he the bloke in the slammer? Currently, yes. Last shop saw Lyons was last night at the Red Bull. Well, that O'Neill didn't lead me anywhere. No, I didn't want to go back there.
I guess.
What I wanted was this. Oh, this. Oh yeah, that's the guy who gave me Thomas O'Neill.
Well, Watson, it seems that old Langdale is at home with the raging case of the sniffles.
Perhaps we should call on him there.
No, I dare say we'll all be better off if we leave him alone with his tissues and his mustard plaster.
Mustard blaster? What?
Don't know a thing about them jungle-type lions, but I might be able to help you out with Stephen Lyons.
How so, Shinwell? Did you know him?
Well, he came in here from time to time whenever his ship was in port. Friend of mine up at Pentonville knew his brother. Says the two of them were lockpickers of the ace variety. Anyways, just yesterday afternoon, Stephen Lyons comes in here with some red-headed fella. About an hour after Lyons left, in comes Derek Quinn, and he struts right over to this red-headed bloke.
Who might Derek Quinn be?
Don't know, sir. But I've never liked the looks of him, I haven't.
What about Thomas O'Neill? Do you know anything about him?
Don't believe I've ever met him. But from what I hear about the bloke, I'm surprised I didn't run into him in the slammer.
What have you heard?
This is only rumor, mind you. But he's suspected of every jewel theft from here to Timbuktu. And they says he'd two-time you in the wink of an eye if it'd line his pockets.
Quinn Derrick. See what this is all about.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
You learned nothing?
Don't get testy, Holmes. There wasn't anyone about.
My humble apologies, Watson.
Where is everybody? And I'm talking about you guys. I'm talking about the suspects.
It appears that Barry and Thomas O'Neill are the sons of Carol and Olivia O'Neill.
Very observant, Watson.
It was nothing, Holmes.
So Barry is the brother. O'Neill. Barry. And also I should go to Lyons, Carolyn.
She wondered why I had disturbed her, Holmes. Maybe we had the wrong address.
Oh. Has no relation to Stephen. Got
it. Pity. It appears that no one is in.
However can you tell, Holmes?
There is a sign on the door that says, "We are gone for the day."
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Vittu. O'Neill Barry, well-known lion tamer who travels with the Roy Slate's Wild Animal Show, has a wife named Mary who travels with the show. Well, let's go talk to this Carol then. Seems to be the parent.
I was wondering if you could tell me anything about the death of your sons, Lyons.
Oh, I wish we could. You know, Barry has traveled all over the world, and to think it would happen right here in London.
You've traveled with him, haven't you, Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes, I did. For all 5 years of our marriage. But I must say I'm getting a bit weary of it. I mean, really, Mr. Holmes, it's no life for a married man to go traipsing all around the world.
Of course it isn't. He should settle down and raise a family. My husband, Carol, could get Barry a job down at Rogers and Singer. Before I die, it would be nice to have one of my boys right nearby.
Where is your other son?
Last we heard, Thomas was in Oldenburg, Germany.
Germany? Roy Slate's show just finished a tour of Germany, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Tell me, did you happen to see your brother-in-law while you were there?
I certainly did not. But my husband might have. I can't really say for sure. You see, we don't talk about Thomas much.
I don't mean to pry, but may I ask why?
Oh, it's nothing really. You see, years ago, Thomas loaned Barry some money when he was trying to put together his animal show. And now Thomas believes that Barry is forever in his debt.
So what's happening in Germany? The investigators of Scotland Yard have appealed to the public for any information on the recent disturbances in Whitechapel. Anonymity guaranteed. Jack the Ripper mentioned. Barry O'Neill, lion tamer for Roy Slade's Wild African Extravaganza, was injured as the show was being unloaded at the London docks. It is unfortunate that the spectacle, which will be at the Hengler Circus for 3 weeks, will be opening tonight without one of its top-built acts. Mr. Slade assured us, however, that the show will be buzzing with excitement, as always. Press X to doubt. Come on, there's gotta be something around here. Fatal fire in New York. Fatal explosion of shell in St. Petersburg. The cholera in Rome. New polar expedition. Indian mission. Austria-Hungary. Daring daylight robbery. R.S. Gerard and co-jewelers was the scene of a daring theft. The burglar apparently threw a smoke bomb from the floor of the store onto stairs leading to the offices above. As store employees raced to fight the fire, the thief looted a display case of jewels valued in the thousands of pounds. Scotland Yard's chief suspect in the crime is Thomas O'Neill, an internationally known jewel thief. However, the Polive report no success in their attempts to apprehend O'Neill. Polive, huh? Gerards is offering a reward of 500 for information leading to the capture of the perpetrator of this crime and restoration of the stolen jewels. R.S. Gerard. Alright. The jewels of the Duchess of Oldenburg were stolen from the residence Schloss late yesterday afternoon. Sentries guarding the jewels left their post when smoke began billowing from a small room adjacent to that in which the treasure was kept. The fire was apparently caused by a smoke bomb used by the thief. The police admit to a few other clues, but they have closed the borders as a first precautionary step. They have also detained several internationally suspected criminals, including Helmut Schnitzler and Thomas O'Neill, but found no evidence to hold them. Aha. The plot thickens. De Vries diamonds never found. This month marks the first anniversary of the daring De Vries diamond theft. Scotland Yard is apparently no closer to discovering the whereabouts of the stolen gems now than they were a year ago. Nat Cook, who was convicted of the crime and is now serving a sentence in Millbank prison, persists in his claims of innocence. The manager of the Vries testified the two men committed the robbery. 2 men were tried, but only Cook was convicted. Jonathan Small, his co-defendant, was acquitted. The reward for the recovery of the diamonds continued to be offered by the Vries, but thus far no one has stepped forward to claim the prize. Alright, so R is Gerard. Not sure if we can find this Schnitzler out here. The fries. Not cook. Millbank Prison. Jonathan Small. All right. And that will start to get me somewhere. All right, let's see. First, R.S. Gerard. Then let's see. Schnitzler. The Breeze Diamonds. Sydney Cook, not Nat Cook. No Millbank Prison here. And no prisons here. I mean, there's Pentonville. But there's no Millbank. Let's see, Small. Jonathan. I'm gonna go check this Sydney Cook.
Well, Holmes, I did speak to the gentleman, but he was baffled as to why I had come. It seems as though he had absolutely no information pertaining to this case.
Yeah, wrong cook. And yet I still put his name in here for no reason. Oh. Accidental click. Alright, let's start investigating.
It appears that they've just left. There are fresh footsteps retreating from the front door.
But look, Holmes,
those are our footsteps, you idiot.
They had absolutely no information pertaining to this case. Well, Holmes, I did speak to the gentleman, but he was baffled as to why I had come.
I have no idea where to go next. This is baffling of a case.
The victim, Stephen Lyons, was last seen in the company of Sylvia Carpenter, Marcy Edwards, and Collier Eddy at the Red Bull Inn. It was a simple matter for the police to identify and apprehend them. Would you like to talk to them?
Yes, thank you. Tell me, Miss Carpenter, what happened last evening?
He just dropped down dead, he did. I done nothing to him, I swear it.
Miss Carpenter, did you know the gentleman?
Never seen him before. Marcy, me and Collier was just sitting around talking about this and that, and the sailor comes up and he says he'd like to join us. So we started off to Marcy's place. We only got a few steps and the sailor starts gasping for air. He made an awful sound and then he just keeled over dead. I took off like a shot.
Did you notify the authorities?
No, why should I?
And then he just...
Yeah, that's what you do. When somebody dies right in front of you, you run away. Don't inform anybody.
dropped over, dead as a doornail.
That's precisely the story Miss Carpenter told us.
Or a duo as Miss Edwards here. Rob the man.
Well, then that proves that it's the truth. Looks like the coppers got the wrong girl. But that ain't unusual, is it?
I understand the man was robbed.
Well, the man was dead. What use did he of a few quid?
Dead or not, it's still stealing, my good woman.
Yeah, she's gone to
out
jail.
For a little fun is all. Never seen the bloke before, and I had no cause to harm him.
The police seem to think that his money and gold earring might have been cause enough.
Well, I took the opportunity as it came is all, but I didn't murder him for it.
Okay, they both are going to jail for thievery. All right. So good to know that there are still good people. There were some really good people back then. Somebody dies, and one does nothing but run away, and the others rob the man. Opportunity came knocking, so of course I'm gonna do it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's what any good bloke would have done, is he? I'm gonna need a little bit of help with this. Thomas O'Neill, the often accused but never convicted jewelry thief. After several significant burglaries, both in London and on the continent, it was said that a red-headed man was seen fleeing the scene, which is one of the reasons O'Neill was under suspicion. Ah! The thought plickens. Maybe Thomas O'Neill was the red-headed man. Well-known lion tamer. His wife named Mary. There's no Mary here. Karen and Olivia O'Neill are the parents of Thomas O'Neill, the often accused and but never convicted jewelry thief. After several significant burglaries, both in London and continent, it was said that the fleeing the scene is one of the reasons was under suspicion. Same stuff. Anything of this Barry? Other than the who else? Acquitted on the De Vries diamond robbery. A reseller with gems frequented by some notorious types, Mr. De Vries makes it a habit of not inquiring as the origins of the stones he buys. Last year, a thief stole his entire inventory of gems. They have never been recovered. Gerards was a recent victim of the theft when a red-headed man, thought to be a Mr. Thomas O'Neill, stole several £1,000s worth of fine jewelry. Scotland Yard has yet to apprehend the culprit. The Red Bull Inn is a working-class pub. It is located upon the road to the Priory School. Founded by the red-headed American Ezekiel Hopkins, who felt the burden of life fell upon those so endowed, the league gives £4 a week in exchange for minimal work for two men with red hair. That's a reference to one of the Sherlock Holmes stories about a red-headed man. A very suspicious league.
Sorry, Holmes. No information here.
It was a long shot. Mr. Quinn is the proprietor of Vipers Unlimited. He claims that his toxins are mild and are intended as health tonics. However, I suspect he also sells venom for darker purposes.
I can't believe we came all this way when there are more important things to pursue.
Indeed.
Indeed. I need food. One of Britain's national treasures, especially for the fashionable set during the season. It is also the chosen spot in London for political demonstrations. Yeah, get on a freaking soapbox and start yammering. Mr. Eason is under the employ of Aberdeen Shipping. He is responsible for hiring personnel. Mr. Sharp is a captain with Aberdeen Shipping. He was once commended for bravery when he dared the icy waters of the Antarctic to save a sailor who had fallen overboard. Commendable indeed. Ugh. This case is stumping me. Like, really no idea what I need to do next. It's gonna be a tough one. That's for sure. Well, let's take a break and look at kitty cats, shall we? Right away, we got a hashtag butthole.
Those adorbs.
And another butthole. Oh, we got special visitors. The lady and her butler, Lady Sapphire and Jeeves. She's so fancy, and I love his monocle. And another butthole. Very rarely see her. There are only two items that she visits. The other one is the Tower of Treats, and the other one is a fairy tale parasol. And it's very rare to see them. And they always travel together. Cheese will never leave her side, always following her wherever she goes. I hope you guys are enjoying the game as much as I am. I'm loving these. But then again, you know me. I love detective games and puzzle games in general. These are just my style. The writing is also good in them. Especially this case, it's so fascinating because I have no idea what I'm supposed to go after. These were in there for way too long. So now I gotta wait for them to cool down there. They look like burgers, but they're not. These are actually meat pies. They got a little bit of cheese, sausage, and other stuff in there. Seasoned with oregano and hamburger sauce and ketchup. They're not burgers, Specky. Like I said, they look like burgers, but they're meat pies. Bees for hands! My god. Speaking of silly, when will you go back to Rapture? It's gonna take a long time before I go back to underwater. Something that I have not even thought of. There's too many games, Lord John, and I want to play a lot of games that I haven't played before. Like, I've got plenty of games that I've never played before. I want to get to them. I don't want to go back to games that I keep playing over and over again. Even though they are great games, BioShock and all. Gotta wait.
Ah, yes.
Exactly, lots of games, minimal time. It's a fast way for me to get to the sound effects list. Just wanted to make sure that I did get it all. It should now all be alphabetical order. Should be easier to read and find whatever you want, because alphabetical. And there was one that I wanted to take a look at. As I was going through it. That's a good laugh. What else was there? Oh yeah.
What's for dinner? My favorite. Come on, everybody, do the whale dance.
Daddy. Oh.
Oh yeah, happiness. That's the broken one. Happiness does not exist anymore. That's the reason. So I gotta think of something else for smiley face. Let's see. Let's go through the freaking emotes. Indeed, about to be nom nom. Is it annoying Spidey with the redeems time? I don't know. I don't find them annoying.
Okay, we're done here.
What do you mean down here? They haven't even started yet.
Oh shit, oh fuck. Die!
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And it might actually work better. Let's see. No. Give it 3 E's.
Oh shit, oh fuck. Die!
Yeah, that works a little bit better. Yeah, they're cold enough. Maybe not. Woo. At least I should turn them around. Woo. Hot. Also, I need a napkin. The thing with these pies is that the outside of it has a little bit of it's crumbly and also super greasy. Should always have a napkin. But it's not a bad thing. It actually is a good thing for them because it makes them tasty. Very, very tasty. If I could, I would send these kind of pies to you, Gabriel. But I'm sure you can find recipes for them online.
But I didn't know how to play better good.
Yes, that's the one. Didn't know how to play better good. Eating, it's a messy business. looks like it's just bubbly water, don't it? Trust me, it's got a flavor to it. Uh-oh. It's falling apart. They're so good. I haven't had these in a long time, but these are good. This was the kind of stuff that people would go and, in jokes especially, in sketches and all that. It's like, after midnight, you and your friends have been drinking all evening. You're like, yeah, let's go eat something, okay. And there's like an all-night stand, and they go for this. Especially if you want all of it in there, they always put like two wieners in there as well, wiener sausages. Even though this meat pie has already quite a bit of meat in it, just adding sausage to it makes it so much better. And cheese, and just other sauces as well. Just makes it so much better. On their own, they're good. But with the additions, better. Good timing with the music too, eating food. All right. Let's get back to the game. Now that I've just finished eating. I should go back to Lestrade, because he was giving me a lot of information. I think I kind of missed out when I was writing all this with the Old Bailey wagon tracks and the park. There might be something that I missed.
Oh, no. What do you want? I thought I was going to have a nice quiet day.
Somebody has asked us to check today's Times, and I was wondering if you'd be so kind as to tell me what you know about the mysterious deaths in the southeast.
There's nothing mysterious about it. The culprits are in custody at Old Bailey. The victim's body is at Bart's.
And what about the murdered lions?
What of them?
What did you find at the scene of the crime? Holmes wants me to record it precisely.
What did I find? 2 lions shot a number of times, lying on top of one another. Wagon tracks leading away from the bodies. Footprints in the damp grass.
How many footprints, Inspector?
Oh, who knows? I believe there were 2 sets of boot prints, if you want to get specific. They entered and exited from the wagons. Now, will that do it for your Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson?
Nearly. And what became of the wagon? Surely Holmes will want to know that.
Abandoned in Archbishop's Park. I had a man drive it over to our central carriage stables, largely so that someone could look after the horses.
Any motives for the murder?
Unfortunately, I haven't a clue.
Central carriage. That's what I missed. Hey, it's all the... Are you soy munch with the Spider-Man? Because the Spider-Man has finished all his food. Dee, dee, dee. Alright, Central Carriage Stables. Let's go visit that place then. Now we finally got a lead.
Did the dispatcher show you the wagon, Holmes?
Not only did he show it to me, it revealed some very interesting clues.
Oh, do tell.
The wagon housed a cage, which of course was no surprise. The door was wide open. I found that the padlock had been sprung, left to dangle on the ring bolt. Blood was smeared all over the stairs leading in and all over the floor inside.
Oh, how perfectly nauseating.
It was. But what interested me even more was what lay in the corner of the cage.
What was it?
2 large leather collars. Attached to the end of each collar was a leather pouch. Both pouches had been ripped open and emptied.
What do you suppose it adds up to?
Time will tell, Watson. Time will tell.
Leather collars with pouches. Hey, Skip. Hengler's Circus. Let's see if Hengler's Circus is a thing. Aha! Oh! Hee
Yeah.
What can
This
I
is
do
big
for you
brain
two
time.
hombres? We're investigating last night's murder of the 2 lions in Hyde Park.
Oh, now that was something. I'm telling you, I've been from the Pecos to the Pampas, from the
Nice
Sierra
hat.
to the Sahara, and I never would have thought I'd have 2 of my lions killed in the capital city of the civilized world.
Oh, my. Then the lions were yours, Mr. Slade?
Well, in a manner of speaking, they were with the show. Barry O'Neill actually owned them, poor compadre. He's laid up in St. Thomas Hospital with a busted leg. He was helping unload the ship yesterday when a crate fell smack on him. You be speaking. They were with the show. Barry O'Neill actually owned them, poor compadre. He's laid up in St. Thomas Hospital with a busted leg. He was helping unload the ship yesterday when a crate fell smack on him. You'll be laid up for some time. Poor fella. Poor me, his cats kind of made my show.
Do you know how he acquired the cats?
Oh, he caught him himself in Africa with his bare hands. Probably the only hands that ever handled those cats. I'm telling you, they take your head off as soon as look at you.
So no one else could safely get close to the lions?
Well, there's Barry's wife. She's traveling with the show, too. Well, she's in the act, but just window dressing, if you know what I mean. I hear she's staying with Barry's folks here in London.
Thought is bleakening and finally getting somewhere. Hey, what's up?
Mr. O'Neill, Dr. John Watson, may I speak with you for a moment?
What about?
Your lions. We're investigating their murder.
Oh, you're from the police?
No, I'm working with Sherlock Holmes. The lions were yours, were they not?
Yes. And such good lads, both of them. Lenny and Bruce. We've been together so long. I don't know what I shall do without them.
Do you have any notion who would want your lions dead?
No, not really. I can't quite imagine who would... Oh, 2 innocent lions dead.
There, Mr. O'Neill.
I know.
I assure you, Mr. Holmes and I will get to the bottom of this.
Huh. I think we have enough on figuring out what happened. Thomas O'Neill is definitely the jewel thief, but he just hasn't been caught in any way. So he was involved with this. And the other one, because he was a smuggler and a provider of all kinds of stuff, Stephen Lyons was in cahoots with them. Barry provided the lions, and I think with the leather collars and the pouches that we just found in the wagon, I think they were smuggling something in the collars, because they were, at least from the picture, they looked like they had could have had something in them. So maybe there were some diamonds or other jewels in there. I mean, the wagon, the cage was padlocked, but it was picked. Definitely, because it was not forcefully opened. So it had to be somebody who had a way of handling the lions. But I think they might have killed the lions just to cover their tracks, in a way. Or maybe they killed the lions because they couldn't handle the lions. Only Barry and Mary could handle them. Barry owned the lions, and Mary also, his wife, could also get near them. But nobody else, so they killed the lions just to get to the collars and the pouches. And once after that, probably got into all kinds of arguments. I mean, he was with the red-haired man in Red Bull Inn. And that red-haired man definitely is Thomas O'Neill, because we've been getting that description of O'Neill constantly. So they were having a discussion at the Red Bull Inn, and that's when Thomas poisoned Stephen Lyons. And thus he died of the poison, and Thomas just got away with the murder. Got away of murder, animal killings, and thievery. So he's behind all of this. And we know that the Derek Quinn is the one who owns that venomous viper place. What was it called again? Yep. Yeah, the Vipers Unlimited, owner of that place, so that's where probably, most likely, where O'Neill got the poison from. I think we got this case solved. Let's try.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court stands in order.
Oh my, we've got a live judge.
A pleasure to see you again. So it's the murder of the lions you're investigating, isn't it? Excellent. But first things first. Tell me, who murdered those unfortunate beasts? Remember, you're to choose either from your notebook or the directory.
I would imagine the one who killed them was Thomas O'Neill. Has to be.
Right you are. Now tell the court, why did Thomas O'Neill kill the lions?
He did it in self-defense. He was jealous that his father admired his brother's skill as a lion tamer. He wanted to retrieve the Oldenburg jewels from their neck pouches. Ding, ding, ding. Sister-in-law paid him to do it so that her husband would stop traveling.
Good work.
Thank you.
Now for Thomas O'Neill's accomplices. I am told that there are 2 other criminals involved in this case. Please inform the court as to their respective identities. Do remember, you can choose only one at a time. But don't worry, I will inform you if you make an inaccurate choice.
All right, good to know. And also, good work. What are you, the word wizard? So, accomplices. We got Stephen Lyons. And Barry.
It appears you've been doing your homework on this case.
Had to be Barry.
Now then, what role did Barry O'Neill play in the crime?
He drove the wagon, he fastened the pouches around the lions' necks, he dragged the royal sled so Thomas could steal the lions, he purchased the jewels in Africa for his brother. I'm sure he's the one who fastened the pouches because he was the only one who was going to handle the lions.
Quite so. Now tell us, what essential role did Stephen Lyons play in this crime?
He picked the lock on the lion's cage. He took the pouches of the lions, he held the cage open while Thomas stole the animals, he robbed Marcy Edwards and gave her the jewels to Thomas. Not even close on that last one. Somebody did mention that he had a knack of picking locks. Yeah, I have it like I have a mention here. So that, yeah. Wagon cage picked padlock, and somebody mentioned, I think it was, where did I mark it? It was the captain who said that he had a knack of picking locks. So he picked the lock.
Excellent deduction. Now tell us, who murdered Stephen Lyons?
Gotta be Thomas.
Good show. But do tell the court just how Thomas O'Neill did the foul deed.
With poison. Poison him with arsenic. Poison him with the rare snake venom acquired from Derek Quinn. He had Collier Eddie and Marcy Edwards hold Stephen Lyons down while he poisoned him with arsenic. He paid the bartender to serve Stephen Lyons bad liquor at the Red Bull Inn. Nope. That one.
What a ruthless chap, that O'Neill. Seems to have all kinds of blood on his hands. Now tell me, why did he kill Stephen Lyons?
Hated lions of any type. Sure, even with the last name of Lyons. Lyons had threatened to blackmail him because Lyons refused to hand over the jewels, so he wouldn't have to pay Lyons for his part in the crime. No need to pay for it. He keeps all the credit to himself. All the money, all the jewels.
Double-crossed. Now there's a tale that Lyons didn't live to tell. Good show. You've done a most satisfactory job on this case. Court is recessed. Until the next time, of course.
Of course. Hooray, I solved the case.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in less points.
Shut up, Watson. You didn't solve anything. You're the idiot. I solved the case, even if it took 5 hours. The pilfered paintings. Do you wish to save the current game? Yeah, sure. Why not? Save it as who cares.
This has been a very upsetting day for me.
Undoubtedly, Sir Simpson, you are referring to last night's theft of the 2 De Kuyper paintings from the National Gallery.
You've heard?
All of London has heard.
Tell us, what do you know of this unfortunate affair?
Well, about 6 months ago, July 1st to be exact, an auction was held at Armitage's gallery for the 2 new recently discovered De Kuypers.
I'd never heard of the artist before reading the newspaper this morning. Who was he?
A student of Rubens, and until recently, there were only 6 of his paintings in existence.
Who owned those 6?
4 were in the Louvre in Paris, 1 in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, and 1 in the private collection of Lord Winslow Smedley of London.
How did you hear of this auction?
From Brady Norris, my head curator. I immediately gave my authorization to purchase the paintings.
Well, how much did you pay for the paintings, Sir Simpson?
£125,000. No paltry sum, to be sure, but decidedly less than what we had anticipated.
I had no idea art could be so costly.
People are awed by anything which they believe to be rare.
Indeed, and that is why I was determined to bring together the known De Kuypers for a show. The respective owners agreed, and in 2 days the exhibition was to have opened.
Tell me, Sir Simpson, how well was the De Kuyper show publicized?
Oh, it has been common knowledge for weeks.
And when were the other paintings to be hung in the gallery?
When?
Tomorrow.
Where are the other 4 paintings?
The Louvre collection is at the French Embassy under the care of Monsieur Beauclerc, and the Rijksmuseum's De Kuyper is in our storeroom.
And Lord Smedley's?
Well, we were to pick his up in the morning at his London townhouse.
Thank you, Sir Simpson. I think we have all the facts we need to begin now. I hope we shall be able to clear up this matter in a very short time.
I had no idea.
Embassy under the care
Sir Simpson,
knowledge for weeks.
And when were the other paintings to be hung in the gallery?
Tomorrow.
Where are the other 4 paintings?
The Louvre collection is at the French Embassy under the care of Monsieur Beauclerc, and the Rijksmuseum's De Kuyper is in our storeroom.
And Lord Smedley's?
Well, we were to pick his up in the morning at his London townhouse.
Thank you, Sir Simpson. I think we have all the facts we need to begin now.
Well, we were to pick his up in the morning at his London townhouse.
Thank you, Sir Simpson. I think we have all the facts we need to begin now.
Uusi
I hope
mummotuote?
we shall be able to clear up this matter in a very short time.
En ole huomannut. Minkäslainen mummotuote? Mummon kaljaa? No ei mikään ihme, että en ole huomannut, kun en mä juo kaljaa. Ei vittu kiinnosta pätkääkään, perkele paska. Hei, maiskuttaa. No hei, se on siinä. Te saatte juoda niin perkeleesti kuin haluatte. Minä en sitä paskaa juo. Se on mielipide. Mun mielipide on se, että alkoholi ei ole hyvää. Joten en juo. Frantically looks at Duolingo. It's just we're talking about there's a new product. There is a brand that is called the Grandma's. It's made by the manufacturer of Hawko, HK, Hunter Killer. But yeah, the whole brand is Grandma's. Like Grandma made all of this food. And apparently the newest thing that they have made is beer. And I'm just saying that I don't like beer, so I ain't gonna drink it, and I wonder why Bennigan is telling me this information when I don't care. I mean, he specifically targeted me when he should know I don't drink beer and I don't care. Yep, Grandma's beer. Or rather, a potato lager. I mean, it's beer, but apparently potato. But yeah, Grandma's cookies. Yeah, we have Grandma's, there's Grandma's meatballs is one. Then there's Grandma's mincemeat steaks, I think. I mean, I'm normal to be interested in trivia, of course, but why did he target me when he should know I don't drink? I mean, he should have said it in general that, hey, guys, did you know about this new Grandma product? But he said specifically, hey, Spidey, have you noticed this new Grandma product? I'm not I'm not genuinely angry. I'm just being an idiot. Trying to be funny. I know it doesn't work. Let's see, what else was there? Ah, the French. He didn't really tag me, but he did say Spidey.
Ah, the French.
It's okay, Gabriel. I mean, it's easy to miss because it's, if he had to put Spidey in with the capital, then it would have been the Spidey Kid's face. would have been easier to notice that he wasn't targeting me specifically.
I am greatly distressed by the loss of the paintings, and I must say I regret not having had the opportunity to closely examine them.
Why is that?
For one thing, the circumstances under which they were acquired by the National Gallery might raise some question as to their authenticity, might they not?
We had considered that.
Such short notice for such a major art event is unheard of. But, of course, with no paintings to examine, there is no proof.
Paintings... Possibly fake. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Yeah, take it easy there, Tony the Tiger. It is completely outrageous.
What can you tell us about your De Kuyper, Lord Smedley?
Well, I've had it for several years. Considered myself quite lucky at the time when Monsieur Dunay put me in touch with a Dutchman who wanted to sell it.
Do you recall that gentleman's name?
I don't believe I ever knew it.
May we ask where your De Kuyper is now, Lord Smedley?
Oh, I've deposited it in the vault at Cox & Company until this matter is cleared up.
Cummins and Goins. What a great name. Cox and Company. I totally did not write it in a different way instead of Cox.
Sir Simpson said you might be coming by, though I don't know how I can be of much help. I was at Dame Agnes's dinner party when the robbery took place.
Right now we are just trying to piece together what happened to Mr. Norris. Do you have any idea who might be responsible for the theft of the paintings?
No idea at all.
Or have you any idea how the thieves got into the museum?
None in the least.
Were the De Kuypers the most valuable paintings in the museum?
No, of course not. We have Rembrandt's, Da Vinci's.
Then why do you think the De Kuypers were the only paintings stolen?
Oh, I haven't the foggiest idea, Mr. Holmes. I'm a museum curator, not a detective. I believe that is your calling.
There were 4 of us on duty when the theft occurred. Our shift starts at 4 p.m., and upon our arrival, we prepare the gallery for its closing at 5. Now, on the day of the robbery, by 5:15, all the employees of the gallery had left for the day, with the exception of Sir Simpson and Mr. Norris.
Was that unusual?
No, sir. It is their custom to remain until the gallery is secured. I personally let Sir Simpson out through the main entrance at 5:30. Mr. Norris stayed on because he was expecting a delivery.
What time did the delivery arrive?
I'd say it was 5:45 when our Cummins and Goins wagon arrived. Charlie and I helped Mr. Norris and the deliveryman unload 1 large crate and 2 smaller ones.
Do you know where these deliveries were from?
Well, I'm not sure about the larger one, but the 2 smaller ones were from Jardines.
What happened after the crates were unloaded?
The deliveryman left. Charlie locked and barred the loading dock door. Mr. Norris went into the storeroom to check his shipment, and I returned to the guardroom.
Did you see him open any of the crates?
No, sir, I didn't.
What happened next?
At 6:30, Mr. Norris informed me that he'd locked the storeroom and would be leaving for the evening.
And you let him out?
Yes, sir, through the main entrance. Then I made my rounds through the office wing, checking all the doors to make sure they were secured.
And how did you spend the rest of the evening?
Looking after my rounds. I took the 11 clocker through the east wing. At about 11:10, all the paintings were in their proper place in Gallery 12. Then Charlie made his rounds, following the same path that I'd just made, except when he arrived at Gallery 12, the 2 De Kuyper paintings had been cut from their frames.
What time was that?
I answered his alarm at 11:35 and sent him to check the loading entry in the office wing.
Have you any idea how the thief got into the museum?
No, sir. The only keys to the outside doors are kept in the guardroom or in the custody of the patrolling guards. Sir Simpson and Mr. Norris are the only staff members who have keys, and even they only have keys to the inside doors. Well, that's all I know. I hope I've been of some help, sir.
Wonder if there's any information about this whole thing. Sir Simpson Whitcomb, director of the National Gallery, announced last night at the gallery's annual fundraising dinner that he would be retiring his post come June of next year. Sir Simpson has provided excellent leadership to the gallery for the past 20 years. Rumors of his retirement has been circulating for months. His successor is yet to be determined. The Kuyper painting stolen from National Gallery. Police report that the National Gallery's 2 De Kuyper paintings were stolen last night. According to the guards on duty, the paintings were stolen shortly before midnight. Scotland Yard is investigation. Scotland Yard is investigation. Amazing how this character is now in the public domain and can be used by anyone in any kind of production. Don't give indie movie makers ideas. We're gonna see a Sherlock Holmes horror movie at some point. May I make a prediction on the story? I think I have a Holmesian idea of a part of it. Go ahead. If you've already got a prediction, go right ahead. I don't mind. Oh, I know a lot of those exploitation movies about Sherlock Holmes. That I do know. But I'm talking about today, there might be a Sherlock Holmes horror movie. Like those Winnie the Pooh ones and such. The paintings were forgeries. Well, we already talked to the curator, and he said that already that they are possibly... No, not the curator, the Frenchman. That they might have been fakes, but they were stolen before they could be verified. I already put down paintings possibly fake. Which it seems to be pointing at, so... I'm already ahead of you. Sir Simpson Whitcomb, the gallery's director, could not be reached for comment. This burglary comes only days before the opening of a show, bringing together all the known De Kuypers in the world. The paintings stolen, Summer Solstice and the Blue Unicorn, were the most recently discovered paintings by the 17th century student of Rubens. The National Gallery acquired them at an auction last summer. That exhibition has been postponed temporarily. Yeah, that's what I think as well, Zelda. Man dies in fire.
I am, of course, revealing this information to you under the strictest confidence.
Of course.
Sir Simpson Whitcomb. He's one of the wealthiest men in England. His ethics are impeccable.
And what of Lord Smedley?
Much in the same position financially.
What can you tell us about Sir Herbert Kaufman?
Now, there's another story altogether. He had a brilliant future, was knighted at 28. Then he got involved in South American ventures, Bolivian railroads. The whole project fell through, and Sir Herbert lost his entire fortune.
And Brady Norris?
I never met him, but I know he opened an account here on the 1st of July with a deposit of £50,000.
Trying to see if there's anything about this. Why he opened up such a high number in a bank. This might be something out here to pique my interest. Lord Thurlow is correct with regard to the number of pictures by Rubens contained in the National Gallery, but I fear his knowledge of them is but slight, or he would not have attempted to correct your correspondent H, and designate the celebrated portrait in the Peel collection as the Chapeau de Poy. H was quite right when he spoke of the paintings as Chapeau de Poy. The picture takes its name from the Spanish hat worn by the lady, which it must be evident to every observer is made of felt of beaver poil, not of straw pay. It is true that when the late Mr. Smith discovered this portrait, he called it erroneously the Chapeau de Pay. I am, sir, yours obediently, Everett Sedgwick. Might have nothing to do with this, but still writing that name down. There's a collection of novels called Shadows Over Baker Street by Michael Reese and John Peel, and in this, Holmes and Watson are actually eldritch beings. I prefer Shadows Over Loathing. Thank you very much. The Kuipers for sale. Monsieur Armitage and Armitage respectfully give notice that they will sell by auction at their great rooms, 21 Brewer Street, on July 1st at 1 o'clock precisely. Two recently discovered the Kuiper paintings, Summer Solstice and Blue Unicorn. July 1st, £50,000 into the bank. Methinks that Norris might be a culprit here about making some fake paintings. He's got the real ones. But he had to steal the fake ones because they were put in Too early, maybe? Who knows? I got a feeling that we're onto something here. So it was a good thing I read that. Because now it's confirmed that Norris is somehow connected to all this. Let's see. Let's go for S. Sedgwick. Yeah,
Well,
nothing.
he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct feeling that he had no idea why I came to this location.
All right. How about... Kaufman, Sir Herbert. It's just a theory.
Tell me, Watson, what did you learn?
The downstairs maid has an easy job of it.
I beg your pardon?
There was barely a stick of furniture in sight.
Very observant, Watson. Now, what of Sir Kaufman?
Oh, well, the butler informed me that Sir Herbert was not at home. He suggested we might find him at either the Carlton or at Brill's Baths.
The Carlton. Brill's Baths.
Sir Herbert, were you not one of the bidders at the Armitage auction?
I was bidding for someone else.
For whom?
Can't tell you that. If they wanted to be known, they wouldn't have hired me, now would they?
What was your relationship with Brady Norris?
We went to Oxford together. What of it?
Was he a student of art there?
Yes, and a rather good one, too. Brady and I once discussed opening our own gallery. For me, it would have been a mere business venture, but for Brady, well, he always wanted to control an enviable collection.
Well, then he has realized his dream. As curator, he certainly must do that now.
Not really. Everything Brady does must be authorized by Sir Simpson.
Huh. Authorized. No, I didn't say no to his theory. I said that I had already got that theory in hand before him. So his theory is the same as mine. And now we're starting to confirm that our theories are correct.
Well, Holmes, I did speak to the gentleman, but he was baffled as to why I had come. It seems as though he had absolutely no information pertaining to this case.
But isn't he supposed to be like the number one here? About the gallery? But that's just the theory, a spider theory. So are we making theories of spiders? But that's just a theory, a few theory. A herp, a derp. One of the wealthiest men in England, the National Gallery has been one of his family's pet projects for 3 generations. Sir Simpson's grandfather, Sir Basil Whitcomb, introduced the Act of Parliament that established the National Gallery. We looked all around, Holmes. They'd see him. Miss Brill made us scrub up. It took a very long time, but we never saw a sign of Kaufman. Son of Robert Kaufman, a railway magnate who also served in the cabinet at the time of his death, Sir Herbert was knighted at the age of 28. He fell to financial ruin due to an unfortunate business investment in Bolivian railroads. Son of the Duke of Melbourne, he is exceedingly devoted to his older sister, the spinster Dame Agnes. Maybe we should visit her.
Dame Agnes, we're investigating the De Kuiper theft.
Oh, I was so distraught when I heard. Word was brought right in during the middle of my party, you know, around 11.
Dame Agnes, could you tell us about your guests from last night?
Surely you don't suspect any of them?
We are merely gathering information.
Well, my special guest of honor was Monsieur Pierre Donnet. He was the one who discovered the first known De Kuiper painting. Lady in Rose Garden.
May I ask who else was there?
Let me think. Mr. Pike, Mr. Ypsilanti, Mr. Maddox, my brother Lord Smedley, of course, and Sir Simpson. And then there was Mr. Norris. Mr. Pike, Mr. Ypsilanti, Mr. Maddox, my brother Lord Smedley, of course, and Sir Simpson. And then there was Mr. Norris, usually such an outgoing young man. But he did not contribute to the evening's conversation as I had hoped. Oh, I don't know. I suppose he was just taken aback by Monsieur Donnet's presence.
Did anyone leave early, say before 11?
Well, yes, now that you mention it. Mr. Ypsilanti and Mr. Maddox called a cab from the carriage stables and departed around 10 o'clock. The rest stayed until about midnight.
So let's see. Let's see. Pike. Didn't take his name. Pike? Okay. Pike is not important, I guess. Still gonna go.
Ooh, my poor head. I believe I overdid it at Dame Agnes' bash last night.
Did you hear anything there that might be of interest to us?
I heard many things, Holmes, mostly from the chattering mouth of Pierre Donnet, world-renowned expert on De Kuiper. He has managed to do shockingly well for himself, considering 20 years ago he was a starving artist. But then his ship came in.
Whatever do you mean?
In 1872, he discovered the first De Kuiper in a church attic in Brussels. Soon after it sailed to Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, he began a whole new and extravagant life. I suppose that's why he can afford to keep a luxurious suite at the Langham Hotel.
Did his discovery of the De Kuiper catapult his own work into the spotlight?
Hardly. Ooh. In fact, Donnet has never sold a painting done by his own hand.
Huh. Interesting. That is very interesting. Is your stream buffering? Try decreasing the quality, Twitch. I'm like, I have 600 megabytes per second connection. Fuck you, Twitch, and give me some money.
Hey, there sure are a lot of skeletons in here. Quick, pull the head off one and stick me on top of the spine. Oh, please.
Hey, Sphinxy! Hello, Raiders. Welcome. Name's Spider-Web. I play lots of retro games and just variety streamer in general. All kinds of games. Thursday is dedicated to DOS gaming because that's an era that I completely missed, and I'm playing Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games. These are great. Having a great time. Having a great time with them. So welcome, we're a plushy family, as you can tell from Yoshi back there. Plushies are a thing. Ah, Broken Sword. Good choice, good choice. Broken Sword is a great game. I was guessing it was a Sherlock Holmes game. Yep, there's Watson right there.
Is that loafer in trouble again?
No, madam, we simply want to speak with him.
Good luck finding him first. I ain't seen him since yesterday.
So Maddox is gone. Hypsilanti. Yeah, Hypsilanti. That's what she said. What a name.
Pop his ass. What did you learn, Watson?
Mr. Hypsilanti is having moussaka for dinner.
No. What did you learn about his whereabouts last night?
Oh, well, seems he came home with some friends and created quite a ruckus, singing and dancing till the wee hours of the morning.
Alright, let's go to Langdom. Oh, hotel. That's what I need. I need to go to Langham Hotel. Apparently things happened though.
How can I be of service to you, gentlemen?
That's
what can you tell us about the theft of the decipers?
Nothing, I'm afraid. I only arrived from Brussels yesterday afternoon.
Could you tell us who the seller was?
I wish I could. I don't know.
But you signed the certificate of authenticity, did you not?
Yes, in the presence of Mr. Alain Noir, a Brussels lawyer. He was representing an anonymous client who owned the two decipers.
When did you see the paintings?
The next day in his hotel room.
There's no doubt in your mind they were actual decipers?
For 5 hours I went over the paintings and could find no fault. The use of color, the brushstrokes, the type of canvas, the matching signatures. There was nothing out of order. It was the Kuiper.
He's got a pretty much a little bit of, not pretty much, but a little bit of Jean-Claude Van Damme way of speaking. Well, cool. Some Danish lady from the Danish Employment Office just sent me email due to my application in euros. Though, don't know Denmark, I wonder if I've ever heard of that country before. Sounds familiar, but to me, you know, sounds fake. I want to get those Sherlock Holmes board games at some point. I think some people here actually own them. The board games that these games are based on. What did you have for soy munch? Lihapiirakka. Pisti juustoa ja HK sinistä väli. Ja sörselsonit. Now I am at a standstill. I do wonder who this Dutchman that they mentioned earlier. Who is that? Brady Norris is the curator of the National Gallery. He's responsible for some of its finest acquisitions. Yeah, I know. Norris ain't too friendly, but he says he stayed late last night to receive an art shipment from Jardines. Where can we find Jardines? Jardine. There.
The shipment of Nubian art consigned to the National Gallery was delivered to Wells' warehouse at 38 Blackfriars Bridge Road on the instructions of Mr. Brady Norris 5 days ago.
I love his mustache, so fancy. As I gotta love the way that people speak in this case, so posh, so well-rounded. Well, let's go to the Wells warehouse to find out about it.
This one is most intriguing, Watson.
What have you unearthed this time, Holmes?
This warehouse was rented by Matthew Cole. Until yesterday, that is.
I can recommend them. My wife and I have read a good chunk of them. I played 2 cases a few years ago, really enjoyed them. On that note, it would actually be pretty interesting to see you play those, Spidey, as there's a lot of text to be read aloud. You get a proper newspaper with a mix of news from the time, and clues for all the cases in the box, and with some kind of directory as in this game. I think they'd work well on stream. Well, I mean, they should.
All this way and not a clue to help us solve this case. How terribly disappointing.
Small-time thief. Mostly petty larceny. The thought blickens. We tried, we really did, but they just wouldn't answer the door. The Wells warehouse belonged to was rented by Matthew Cole until yesterday. It's a petty thief. So yesterday they stopped. I wonder why. I do wonder why. Anyway. Let's see. They didn't mention a university, right? I think they did. No, Oxford they mentioned. Actually, that reminds me. I haven't gone to any of these guys. Let's go.
I half expected it, you know.
Why is that, Ellis?
Because something seemed fishy about the whole De Kuyper affair from the start. My European contacts told me lots of art collectors over there were terribly upset when they heard the 2 paintings were being auctioned on such short notice. They felt sure there had to be a reason.
And why might that be?
Well, it's all supposition, mind you, but maybe there was a behind-the-scenes agreement to exclude certain people from bidding.
Yeah, the behind the scenes meaning that they were stolen and forged. Forgeries.
Certainly, I know many criminals who are capable of stealing paintings. Most of them are in jail. You could probably obtain information on them at the Office of Records.
Sure thing, pompous ass.
This one's a real puzzler, if you ask me.
We've noticed.
There was no evidence of forced entry, but if you could figure out that part of the puzzle, you've solved 90% of the case. The who and why will come easily after that. This one's a real puzzler, if you ask me.
We've noticed.
There was no evidence of forced entry. But if you could figure out that part of the puzzle, you've solved 90...
It's Norris. Duh. She was there. Not gonna spoil anything, but in the Napoleon case we played, it was such a big eureka moment when I understood the figuring thing. I just solved the case, Finksy, in the game. That's the case in the previous game.
A student of Rubens and a painter in Rubens' studio until his death in 1612. Looks like that ended his career.
Excellent deduction, Watson.
Oh, thank you. Well, none of de Kuyper's work was thought to have survived until recently. In 1872, the painting Lady in a Rose Garden was discovered in a Brussels church attic by art expert Pierre Donnet, who attributed it to de Kuyper. This painting now hangs in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. Since then, 5 other de Kuyper paintings have been found. For a thorough study of de Kuyper's style, see Style and Color of de Kuyper by Jean-Paul Beauclerc, Paris, 1878.
Speaking of physical murder mystery games, has anyone seen those murder mystery cases you can buy off Amazon as a pack where all the clues are contained? I've seen, for years I saw those kind of packages on YouTube as they were sponsored by. They were like physical evidence that you get and you need to solve the case. And always a murder mystery, but it would be a box full of stuff and you would have examined all of them. Saw a lot of them on YouTube, yeah, sponsored.
Sir Jasper, could I trouble you for a few moments of your time?
Always a pleasure to help, Watson. But I must admit I'm not much of an art buff.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about Matthew Cole, the chap that died in the fire.
Yes, well, he may have died in the fire, but according to my autopsy findings, he definitely did not die because of the fire.
What?
Not a trace of smoke in the chap's lungs. No, I'd say the nasty bump on his head was what caused his demise.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There was something about this in the news here. Early this morning, a man was found dead in his room at the Dover Rooms. At approximately 2 o'clock, the Metropolitan Fire Brigade responded to an alarm at 11 Newington Causeway and extinguished the fire before it spread throughout the boarding house. The police have identified the dead man as Matthew Cole. The fire apparently began in Cole's room, although the exact cause of the fire has not been determined. So, he stole the paintings and he got murdered. That has to be the case.
Excuse me, Dr. Murray. May I have a moment of your time?
Ah, Whitson. So nice to see you again.
It's Watson, sir.
Glad to hear it. Now, what can I do for you, Whitson?
Holmes and I are interested in the debris from the fire of Matthew Cole's hotel room.
Aye, such a tragedy. Everything was soaked with kerosene. No doubt this one was arson. Not much left to analyze. I found a key in his pocket. No number on it, though. But there was one other thing. A piece of canvas oil painting.
An oil painting?
Aye, it was smeared with Prussian blue paint.
Oh, may I have a look at it?
No, sorry. I sent it over to London University for me brother Mortimer to examine. He's a professor of chemistry, you know. An expert on paint pigments.
Huh. So we need to go to the London University after all. I think at this point he's doing it on purpose. You know, just being an asshole. He's been doing it since day one, calling him Whitson, and he also calls Holmes Helms. Like, nobody's that stupid. He's just doing it for fun, calling somebody the wrong name. Just slightly wrong to be an a-hole.
You are mistaken.
Science does not lie.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Monsieur Murray, I am one of the world's greatest experts on De Kuyper, and I tell you this painting was painted by the hand of De Kuyper.
Mr. Beauclair, I am not an art expert.
You stated the obvious, monsieur.
But I am an expert on paint pigments and their chemical composition. And I tell you that any painting containing Prussian blue isn't from the 17th century. The process to create Prussian blue had not yet been developed. That paint cannot be more than 30 years old.
You don't know what you are talking about.
Fakes.
Good day, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's enough for Watson. It has now been confirmed. Our theory confirmed this, Alta. They're fakes. Not a theory anymore. Now it's fact.
Here's the information you requested. Hope it can help.
Clifton Maddox, art gallery owner, arrested in 1889 on suspicion of involvement in the theft of a Turner painting from the London home of Sir Charles Chandos. Tried and acquitted.
I mean, we never saw Maddox anywhere. Apparently he has a dark past, but I don't think he's involved in the case. In any capacity. I'll keep that in mind. Arrested, acquitted. Excuse me.
Ooh, my poor head. I believe I overdid it at Dame Agnes' bash last night.
Did you hear anything there that might be of interest to us?
I heard many things, Holmes, mostly from the chattering mouth of Pierre.
Yeah, we heard this already. Then remember that Pike was actually one of our regular, regular people to talk to.
Shinwell, we're working on the National Gallery theft. Can you help us?
Oh, geez, mate. Picture pinching's a bit out of my league. Don't know a thing about it.
Have you seen or heard of any interesting meetings lately?
Well, I hear that Greek bloke's pretty steamed up about having missed the gavel at some auction or other. I heard he's been having a word or two with Clifton Maddox, who almost became a roommate of mine at Pentonville. Only a rumor, though.
Did the rumor happen to say anything else?
Only that Greek fella will do anything for a picture he wants. Hey, have a beer?
Does Bruno Mars is gay?
This appears to be a dead end, Holmes. I was unable to find any information of note on any of the individuals we have encountered so far.
All right, so. He mentioned a Greek fellow. Who is Greek in this? Is Donet the, I mean, he's supposed to be French, right? Or Hypsilanti is supposed to be the, Greek guy, because he was enjoying a good moussaka, apparently. So Medex and Hypsilanti were together, in a way, I guess, but I've already written down here that Hypsilanti is not a suspect in any way. So I don't think Medex and Hypsilanti are in this in any capacity. Can we already go here?
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before the case can be judged. Please do continue.
Oh boy! It's one of those cases where I don't know what I'm missing. Let's actually go talk back to Pike. Might have missed something here.
Ooh, my poor head. I believe I overdid it at Dame Agnes' bash last night.
Did you hear anything there that might be of interest to us?
I heard many things, Holmes, mostly from the chattering mouth of Pierre Donnet, world-renowned expert on De Kuyper. He has managed to do shockingly well for himself, considering 20 years ago he was a starving artist. But then his ship came in.
Whatever do you mean?
In 1872, he discovered the first De Kuyper in a church attic in Brussels. Soon after it sailed to Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, he began a whole new and extravagant life. I suppose that's why he can afford to keep a luxurious suite at the Langham Hotel.
Did his discovery of the De Kuyper catapult his own work into the spotlight?
Hardly. Ooh. In fact, Donnet has never sold a painting done by his own hand.
He's the forger. That's why Donnet is so upset. When we visited that university, he was there. Because they found out that that they're forgeries. He's just trying to cover his tracks. I mean, it's kind of amazing that he somehow found an original De Kuyper at a cathedral in Brussels. Like, okay, how did he know to go find it there? I get a feeling that he's done all of the forgeries, and I'm sure none of them are, original. It's just Donnet painted it all them and has said that, hey, these are original De Kuypers that I did not just paint myself 2 days ago. So let's see. So Donnet, forgerer. That would mean that Norris paid for his job. Paid him. Let Cole in the gallery. Cole is the one who stole the paintings. And I would imagine that since there was one large crate and 2 small ones that Norris brought in, Cole was hiding in big crate. That's what I would imagine. But what am I still missing?
Dame Agnes, we're investigating the De Kuyper theft.
Oh, I was so distraught when I heard. Word was brought right in during the middle of my party, you know, around 11.
Dame Agnes, could you tell us about your guests from last night?
Surely you don't suspect any of them?
We are merely gathering information.
Well, my special guest of honor was Monsieur Pierre Donnet. He was the one who discovered the first known De Kuyper painting. Lady in Rose Garden.
May I ask who else was there?
Let me think. Mr. Pike, Mr. Ypsilanti, Mr. Maddox, my brother Lord Smedley, of course, and Sir Simpson. Oh, and then there was Mr. Norris, usually such an outgoing young man. But he did not contribute to the evening's conversation as I had hoped. Oh, I don't know. I suppose he was just taken aback by Monsieur Donnet's presence.
Did anyone leave early, say before 11?
Well, yes, now that you mention it. Mr. Ypsilanti and Mr. Maddox called a cab from the carriage stables and departed around 10 o'clock. The rest stayed until about midnight.
Yet again, we need to go to the carriages.
What brings you to these parts, Dr. Watson? Information about 2 cabs that picked up fares last night at 47 Upper Gloucester Place. One at 10 o'clock and the other at midnight.
Ah, here we are. At 10, 2 people were picked up and taken to Axel's, and at midnight, 1 passenger was picked up and taken to Claridge Hotel. Need anything else, Doc?
Could I hear that information again?
Taken to Claridge Hotel. Need anything else, Doc? 1 passenger was picked up and taken to Claridge Hotel.
So it's a hotel for sure.
Need anything else, Doc? 1 passenger was picked up and taken to Claridge Hotel. Here we are. At 10, 2 people were picked up and taken to Axel's, and at...
Axel's? What was the other place? The hotel?
Axel's, and at midnight, 1 passenger was picked up and taken to Claridge Hotel.
Claridge? Blair Witch? Claridge. Oh, British.
Picked up and taken to Axel's, and...
Hey, Pest. Axles. Axhole? Axhole? Axel? Hey, you're British, Goblin. Help me out here, man. Can't understand this freaking... This accent is so heavy on the dude. Claridge's Hotel, okay.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
You learned nothing?
Don't get testy, Holmes. There wasn't anyone about.
My humble apologies, Watson.
Well, that led me nowhere. Hexel's. There. Hexel's restaurant.
Sure, I know Angelo Ypsilanti and Clifton Maddox. They come here often.
When did you see them last?
Last night. Arrived about 10:30 and went straight to the bar. About 11, they were joined by a couple of ladies. They were rather loud and went through quite a few bottles of the bubbly.
What time did they leave?
About 2, as I recall.
They got nothing to do with this. Ypsilanti and Maddox are innocent because the timeline is way off. So I'm just following the wrong lead.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before the case can be judged. Please do continue.
I'll do my best. What's my score? 398. Cool. We be murdering solvenings. No, not murderings. Painting thieveries. I mean, there is a murder, but mostly it's the painting thievery, forgery, fakery, hickory dickory dock. I don't know where to go. Ypsilanti is a Greek shipping tycoon who makes his home in London. He has an impressive art collection. Ypsilanti is known for his violent temper. Ypsilanti's got a doozy of a hangover. Well, talking to no one. Manager's landlady say he ain't been home since yesterday. Wouldn't want to run into her in a dark alley, not a lighted one either. I am completely lost. I'm completely lost. I am completely lost. I've been to everyone. I'm still missing something. What am I missing?
Sorry, Ducky. Sir Herbert Kaufman ain't been in today. But I can make room available for you if you like.
With extra service? Everybody do the Carlton.
Sir Herbert, were you not one of the bidders at the Armitage auction?
I was bidding for someone else.
For whom?
Can't tell you that. If they wanted to be known, they wouldn't have hired me, now would they?
What was your relationship with Brady Norris?
We went to Oxford together. What of it?
Was he a student of art there?
Yes, and a rather good one, too. Brady and I once discussed opening our own gallery. For me, it would have been a mere business venture, but for Brady, well, he always wanted to control an enviable collection.
Well, then he has realized his dream. As curator, he certainly must do that now.
Not really. Everything Brady does must be authorized by Sir Simpson.
At this point, you should be seeing a lot of steam coming out of the top of my head. Thinking so hard that I'm going to break it. A lot of galleries in here as well. Some other galleries, I mean.
I am greatly distressed by the loss of the paintings, and I must say I regret not having had the opportunity to closely examine them.
Why is that?
For one thing, the circumstances under which they were acquired by the National Gallery might raise some question as to their authenticity, might they not?
We had considered that.
Such short notice for such a major art event is unheard of. But, of course, with no paintings to examine, there is no proof.
Mr. Dragos. God damn it. What the fuck am I missing? Fucking. I have no idea. I am lost again.
The shipment of Nubian art consigned to the National Gallery was delivered to Wells' warehouse at 38 Blackfriars Bridge Road on the instructions of Mr. Brady Norris 5 days ago.
I don't know where I can go. What am I missing? What information have I not heard? What information did I miss here?
Won't need your meddling on this one, Holmes. We've got it all under control.
How's that, Inspector?
It was an inside job. All evidence indicates that the thief had a key. It appears he exited through an open window in one of the offices. We're checking out all of the guards and the gallery staff.
Have any suspects?
Not at the moment, but we'll get our man, I've no doubt.
At least he's right about it being an inside job, but he's wrong about how it was done. Norris was the inside man. Instead of just a guard.
This one's a real puzzler, if you ask me.
We've noticed.
There was no evidence of forced entry, but if you could figure out that part of the puzzle, you've solved 90% of the case. The who and why will come easily after that.
I'm going insane. Wait a minute, that was already insane. I need that off. I need this off. I need these two hands and... This is defeating me. I feel defeated.
What can you tell us about your De Kuyper, Lord Smedley?
Well, I've had it for several years. Considered myself quite lucky at the time when Monsieur Dunet put me in touch with a Dutchman who wanted to sell it.
Do you recall that gentleman's name?
I don't believe I ever knew it.
May we ask where your De Kuyper is now, Lord Smedley?
Oh, I've deposited it in the vault at Cox & Company until this matter is cleared up.
I am, of course, revealing this information to you under the strictest confidence.
Of course.
Sir Simpson Whitcomb. He's one of the wealthiest men in England. His ethics are impeccable.
And what of Lord Smedley?
Much in the same position financially.
What can you tell us about Sir Herbert Kaufman?
Now, there's another story altogether. He had a brilliant future, was knighted at 28. Then he got involved in South American ventures, Bolivian railroads. The whole project fell through, and Sir Herbert lost his entire fortune.
And Brady Norris?
I never met him, but I know he opened an account here on the 1st of July with a deposit of £50,000.
Most important question is, has there been any shit so far? Nope. No crap, no shit, no anything like that. No shit, Sherlock.
I half expected it, you know.
Why is that, Ellis?
Because something seemed fishy about the whole De Kuyper affair from the start. My European contacts told me lots of art collectors over there were terribly upset when they heard the two paintings were being auctioned on such short notice. They felt sure there had to be a reason.
And why might that be?
Well, it's all supposition, mind you, but maybe there was a behind-the-scenes agreement to exclude certain people from bidding.
I mean, it was because there were forgeries.
A student of Rubens and a painter in Rubens' studio until his death in 1612. Looks like that ended his career.
Excellent deduction, Watson.
Oh, thank you. Well, none of de Kuyper's work was thought to have survived until recently. In 1872, the painting Lady in a Rose Garden was discovered in a Brussels church attic by art expert Pierre Donnet, who attributed it to de Kuyper. This painting now hangs in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. Since then, 5 other de Kuyper paintings have been found. For a thorough study of de Kuyper's style, see Style and Color of de Kuyper by Jean-Paul Beauclerc, Paris, 1878.
So Beauclerc is somehow maybe involved in this.
You are mistaken. Science does not lie.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Monsieur Murray, I am one of the world's greatest experts on de Kuyper,
Murray.
and I tell you this painting was painted by the hand of de Kuyper. Mr. Beauclerc, I am not an art expert. You stated the obvious, monsieur. But I am an expert on paint pigments and their chemical composition. And I tell you that any painting containing Prussian blue isn't from the 17th century. The process to create Prussian blue had not yet been developed. That paint cannot be more than 30 years old. You don't know what you are talking about!
Good day, gentlemen.
Not learning anything new. That's okay, Jace. I'm just this game. This game is kicking my ass right now. I'm just going in circles, trying to get some kind of new information.
How can I be of service to you, gentlemen?
What can you tell us about the theft of the de Kuypers?
Nothing, I'm afraid. I only arrived from Brussels yesterday afternoon.
Could you tell us who the seller was?
I wish I could. I don't know.
But you signed the certificate of authenticity, did you not?
Yes, in the presence of Mr. Alain Noir, a Brussels lawyer. He was representing an anonymous client who owns the 2 de Kuypers.
When did you see the paintings?
The next day in his hotel room.
There's no doubt in your mind they were actual de Kuypers?
For 5 hours I went over the paintings and could find no fault. The use of color, the brushstrokes, the type of canvas, the matching signatures. There was nothing out of order. It was de Kuyper. He was in the presence of Mr. Alain Noir, a Brussels lawyer. He was representing I wish I could. How can I be of service?
Theft of the de Kuypers.
Nothing, I'm afraid. I could. I don't know.
Authenticity, did you not?
Yes, in the presence.
Pompous bloke, if you ask us. Spent half an hour admiring the colour of our caps. Holmes, we have better things to do with our time. The other cursor that we see, Jace, in the game is a magnifying glass, and it actually does magnify. Which is a cool little detail.
I am greatly distressed by the loss of the paintings, and I must say I regret not having had the opportunity to closely examine them.
Why is that?
For one thing, the circumstances under which they were acquired by the National Gallery might raise some question as to their authenticity, might they not?
We had considered that.
Such short notice for such a major art event is unheard of. But, of course, with no paintings to examine, there is no proof.
This has been a very upsetting day for me.
Undoubtedly, Sir Simpson, you are referring to last night's theft of the 2 De Kuyper paintings from the National Gallery.
You've heard?
All of London has heard.
Tell us, what do you know of this unfortunate affair?
Well, about 6 months ago, July 1st to be exact, an auction was held at Armitage's gallery for the 2 new recently discovered De Kuypers.
I'd never heard of the artist before reading the newspaper this morning. Who was he?
A student of Rubens, and until recently, there were only 6 of his paintings in existence. Who?
I should have listened to the intro more clearly. He said Armitage's. So there, Armitage's gallery. That's where the auction was held at July 1st. Progress.
Mr. Armitage, can you give us the details leading up to and including the sale of the De Kuyper paintings?
Let me see, it was early June. I received a visit from Hiram Davenport, a London solicitor. He informed me that his client had 2 new De Kuyper paintings that he wished to auction.
I assume you checked the authenticity of the paintings?
Yes, as always. Everything was in order. He had in hand a certificate of authenticity signed by Pierre Dernay, the well-known De Kuyper expert.
Did you meet Mr. Davenport's client?
No, I dealt only with Mr. Davenport.
What can you tell us about the auction itself?
Mr. Davenport's client set very strict conditions regarding the sale. The auction had to take place on July the 1st, and the public announcement was not to be made until June 23rd. Just 1 week to prepare. And as if that weren't enough, Mr. Davenport informed me that the paintings were to be sold as a pair. A pair.
Odd. Wouldn't the seller be able to fetch more for them if they were sold individually?
Unquestionably. It was a strange request.
And how did the auction turn out?
Due to the short public notice, many of the big bidders did not show. Mr. Brady Norris, curator of the National Gallery, was the successful bidder, as you know. I must admit that the paintings brought more than I had expected.
Do you have any idea why that was so?
Undoubtedly because of the energetic bidding from Sir Herbert Kaufman and Dame Agnes Smedley.
What was Kaufman bidding there? Didn't he say something different? Anyway. Next up. Davenport Hiram. We have any info on him? Mr. Davenport is quite an overworked fellow, specializes in setting up and administering estate. Never quite made the cut to barrister. Davenport said he could squeeze us into his schedule sometime next week. No worry, he'll be putting us into his schedule now.
I suppose it would not be a breach of etiquette to tell you that I arranged the auction of the paintings with Armitage according to the instructions of a Brussels lawyer, Mr. Alan Knorr.
Do you know who retained Mr. Knorr?
I believe it was a Pierre Donnet, although he did seem to want to keep that very quiet.
Interesting.
Alright, so Knorr Let's hear that name again. Sure.
The instructions of a Brussels lawyer, Mr. Alan Knorr. Knorr.
Do you know
Mr. Alan Knorr?
Do you know who retained Mr. Knorr?
Well, I believe it was a Pierre Donnet.
Yak House. There's no Dutch embassy. Maybe he meant door? Sounded like Nor to me, but maybe it's door.
Well, there was no one in the entire...
Door is an art gallery located blah blah blah. Okay, so I'm wrong again. What else is no? Certainly it wasn't grow or four. And we know that Donay is the one who's behind that Dutchman. He was the lawyer or whatever. Donay hired him. I wonder if we now have enough. Now that I've visited these places.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court stands in order.
Finally.
So it is the National Gallery theft that brings you to my court, is it not? Well, then permit me to ask, who was the thief who lifted the dekypers from the National Gallery? Remember to choose either from your notebook or the directory.
That would be a Monsieur Matthew Collet.
Indeed, it was the petty thief who perished in the fire. Now, who put Matthew Cole up to the foul deed?
Well, that would be a Monsieur Brady Norrie.
Splendid. Now tell us, if you can, why the dekypers were stolen.
Because Angelo Hypsilanti offered Brady Norris an enormous sum for them, because the seller from Belgium wanted it back. Matthew Cole was running a black market art business for Brady Norris. Brady Norris was afraid they'd be discovered as forgeries. They were stolen for the insurance money. Forgeries?
That is correct. Good show. Now tell me, if you can, who killed Matthew Coe?
That will be Brady Norris. To cover up his tracks.
First theft, then murder. Ah, what a tangled web we weave. Now, please inform the court as to Pierre Donnay's involvement in the case.
I'm still thinking that he forged the certificate of authenticity for the two decipers. He forged all of the decipers. Norris paid him to detain Ypsilanti on the day of the auction. He painted Summer Solstice and Blue Unicorn. He orchestrated the sale of the decipers to the National Gallery. Well, I'm still thinking he forged all of them.
Such an unfortunate waste of talent. Now for your final question. Can you tell me what part Sir Herbert Kaufman played in this affair?
He drove the getaway carriage. Norris paid him to take an art history exam for him while both were students at Oxford. He drove up the bidding at the armitages. He knew about Donnay and was blackmailing Norris. He had the key to the museum. He was at the bidding, so that's it. He was just driving up the bidding. And yet Norris still won.
Splendid! This was a tough case and you cracked it. Excellent job. Court is recessed.
Only took 17
Until
years
the
out of my
next time.
life.
Of course.
Of course.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether.
Shut up, Watson. That was hard. Gotta give myself a reminder that I need to listen to everything at least 2 or 3 times to make sure that I get everything. Because I completely missed out on that Armitage mention at the intro. So I really gotta keep my ears open. And my brain on. Yeah, sure, why? Who cares? Save.
Your housekeeper let me in. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I'm Richard Allen. You're not disturbing us in the least, Mr. Allen. Sit down. How may we be of assistance? My brother, Courtney Allen, was the president of the Grant Arms Company.
Found shot to death in the alley behind his office on the evening of...
You're not disturbing us in the least, Mr. Allen. Sit down. How may we be of assistance? My brother, Courtney Allen, was the president of the Grant Arms Company.
Found shot to death in the alley behind his office on the evening of March 9th. My condolences.
Thank you. It was all so terribly tragic. Scotland Yard put it down as a simple robbery by person or persons unknown. But I don't believe it, and that's why I'm here. Mr. Holmes, will you please take on this case?
It has some interesting elements. Tell me, Mr. Allen, what sort of man was your brother?
Courtney was a dynamic, charismatic individual. Always busy, forever on the move.
I knew a chap like that in the service. He was quite a charmer with the ladies.
Yes, and so was Courtney. No woman could resist him.
Wasn't your brother married?
Yes. Poor Beatrice.
Then I take it he had other romantic involvements at the time of his death?
Well, yes, I believe he did, but I haven't a clue as to the lady or ladies in question might have been.
With your brother dead, who has assumed the presidency?
Courtney's handpicked successor, Philip Marlowe, the second vice president.
Doesn't that sort of transfer of power usually go to the senior vice president?
Well, usually. But the senior vice president is Lord Ragland, who runs the Devereux Street plant. He's a brilliant technician, but a most inept businessman.
Doesn't that sort of transfer of power usually go to the senior vice president?
Well, usually. But the senior vice president is Lord Ragland, who runs the Devereux Street plant. He's a brilliant technician, but a most inept businessman.
Who inherits your brother's stock?
His wife, Beatrice. It's also very upsetting.
There, Mr. Allen.
I assume those are the personal effects found with your brother?
Yes, there wasn't much. A few folders, his keychain, his gold wedding band, and a small notebook. I did notice, however, that his pocket watch was missing. Anything of interest, Mr. Holmes?
They appear to be of a primarily personal nature. This one is empty. What does SP10 indicate, Mr. Allen?
I haven't a notion.
There are 2 entries on the day of your brother's death. Captain Egan, 8:30 p.m. The other entry is plant, 8 a.m. Surprise. There also appears to be a note stuck in the back of the book. Written in your brother's hand. It says, meet me tonight at Spaniards at 10 o'clock, followed by the initials A.M.
Spaniards. I positively salivate over their paella.
Yes, it is very good indeed. Thank you, Mr. Allen. I think we have enough to begin our investigation.
I hope we do. I was writing a storm out here. So much information. Well, let's start from the beginning. The first thing that we have here. All right, so Courtney and Beatrice. Mark that. Courtney is the dead guy. Beatrice is the widow. Grand Arms. Deverell Street plant. So that's the meeting plant at the 8 a.m. was in there. And there's the corporate offices themselves. Pocket watch missing. Let's see. R. Ragland. Then Egan. Then Spaniards Inn. An MA, we got Mariano Anthony and Meshkov Alexei and Abel Murray. I'm gonna put all of them in here just in case. All right, let's get to work. Start with the widow.
Things have been so quiet around here without Courtney. He was such an energetic sort. It's very difficult to believe that he is gone.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Mrs. Allen, were you aware of the particulars of your husband's business?
Oh, not really, Mr. Holmes. Courtney always felt it was his responsibility to shield me from the emotional ups and downs of his business affairs.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to see your husband dead?
I am sure I do not. How could anyone have wanted him killed? He was such a good man.
And apparently a ladies' man. So, who knows how many broken hearts he left behind. Let's go to the offices first.
Mr. Lindhart, I understand Mr. Allen was scheduled to meet with Captain Egan at 8:30.
Oh, yes. Egan's the artillery officer for the Admiralty. I saw him leave for the meeting around 8. He said goodnight and went out to the back door to the alley where he always leaves to catch a cab.
Do you know what the meeting was about?
Not that particular meeting, but Mr. Allen and Captain Egan did meet often to discuss the progress of their new special project, Project 10. I did find it curious that the meeting on the 9th was scheduled for the evening. All the others occurred during the day.
I imagine a person in his position must have been extremely concerned about security.
Indeed he was. He called in Lord Ragland after he noticed several strange people hanging around the Deverell Street plant. All the technical data, blueprints, that sort of thing are housed there.
I see. I understand you are now secretary to the new president, Mr. Marlowe.
Yes. He was Mr. Allen's hand-picked successor, which perfectly illustrates the type of man Mr. Allen was.
What do you mean?
Only that there was no love lost between them, and yet recognizing Marlowe's outstanding business skills, he named him as his heir, so to speak.
Marlowe Philip. Forgot to add his name there. All right, let's see the plant. Manufacturing Grand Arms has been manufacturing firearms since the early 1800s. They began operations with the fashioning of an improved breech block rifle, which they made available to the public with a generous supply of the newly invented smokeless gunpowder. I see. I wonder if there's anybody there.
Sorry, Lord Raglan isn't available at the moment. Perhaps I can help you. I'm his assistant, Walter Kehoe.
Mr. Kehoe, can you tell me anything about Mr. Allen's visit here on the morning of March 9th?
He came to see Lord Raglan, but he weren't here.
Great
Do you know the purpose of his visit?
Totally
no,
not
I wouldn't
fake.
be knowing their business, but it was most likely about Special Project Number 10. It being secret and all.
And when did Lord Raglan finally arrive?
He never did.
So then did Mr. Allen leave?
Not straight away. He said he had some details to attend to. I went back to the plant, and about a quarter of an hour later, Mr. Allen calls me and hands me a note. Says it came for Lord Raglan while I was down on the line. He wanted to make sure I got it to him. He also said I shouldn't mention his visit.
I'd appreciate it if you'd take me to someone who could shed some light on Special Project 10.
Well, that would be Richard Camp. But he left early today. He wasn't feeling well.
Kehoe, which was just him, and Kenneth Kent. And Linhart is the guy that we talked to at the offices. All right, let's go meet up with Ragland.
Lord Ragland, on the night of Mr. Allen's murder, he had an appointment with Captain Egan.
Yes, Egan's our purchasing officer for naval artillery. We've been working on a secret project for the Navy, and Courtney was concerned about one of the engineers being a security risk.
Which one?
It was Richard Camp. When Courtney and I discussed it, I gave no credence to the idea.
Well, tell me, Lord Ragland, what sort of fellow is Richard Camp?
He's splendid, really. Not a mark on his record. But as a concession to both Courtney and Egan, I removed him from the project and placed him elsewhere.
Interesting aroma. What brand is it?
It's Burns and Hill's Imperials. It's their newest. Would you care for one?
No, thank you. Lord Ragland, after Mr. Allen's death, were you disappointed at not being named president?
Not a bit. I'm quite happy in my work in the technical areas. Administrative matters hold no interest to me. Besides, one of Marlowe's conditions when he first came on was that he be Courtney's successor when Courtney retired. This is all such a tragedy, don't you agree? But if you'll excuse me, I have a few business matters to attend to. You know how it is.
Quite.
Oh. Starting to look like it's going to be one of those cases of wanting to be the caliph instead of the caliph. An is no good situation. Marlowe wanted the throne. Speaking of...
Mr. Marlowe, I'm investigating the murder of Courtney Allen. May I ask you some questions?
Certainly, but at the moment I'm much more concerned about the missing plans for our secret weapons project.
And what project might that be?
Special Project Number 10.
Whatever do you suppose happened to them?
I really have no idea, but that's a question for Scotland Yard to answer.
Mr. Marlowe, do you recall where you were on the evening of the 9th?
Why, yes. I was having dinner with Sir Clayton Partridge. We had played a round of golf earlier in the day.
I see. At Mr. Allen's death, I understand you automatically became the new president of Grand Arms Company. Is that correct?
Yes. Allen and I had an understanding on that score. Upon his retirement, I would take the office. As a matter of fact, that condition was the key reason I joined the company 3 years ago.
3 years ago? It must have made quite an impression if 3 years ago you joined the company and you already were designated as the heir. Richard Camp. Sir Clayton Partridge. And also Lestrade.
I'm surprised you're wasting your time on this one, Holmes. It was a simple robbery. We found Allen dead in an alley behind Grant Arms. Wallet empty, gold watch missing, briefcase open, contents askew but not stolen. It's an open and shut case.
Was there anything else found at the scene that could be of use to us, Inspector?
I doubt it. Nothing but a couple of tin cans and an old cigarette butt.
B&H.
What does that mean?
You don't know? Why, then I must assume you also do not know why the end is evenly pinched all round. Perhaps you should read my monograph on the subject of 100 most commonly found cigarette butts.
Which is true, he actually did write a book like that. Sherlock Holmes is like an expert on tobacco. That's how he can just identify any cigarette. Except apparently the new one that we saw Raglan smoking. So that already puts him out of the suspects list because it's a different kind of brand. Alright, let's go check with Egan.
8 months ago, Allen came to this office with the design for the revolutionary new naval gun, most secret. The design was approved by the Navy.
What about the meeting you had planned with Mr. Allen for the evening of March 9th?
He never appeared, but you probably already know that.
Quite.
Actually, I knew nothing of what we were to discuss, but I've kept the wire he sent me that morning. Meet tonight, 8:30, your office. Call out the guard, pounce at 10. Quite vague, don't you think?
Does it mean anything to you, Captain Egan?
I think Allen was worried about security for project number 10. Of course, I put some of my best men on it right away.
Did you come up with anything?
Richard Camp, a development engineer on project number 10, was discovered bringing boxes and bundles to the French embassy. Emile Zobar, French military attaché, has his office there.
So you think Mr. Allen had information implicating Camp in a security breach of Project 10?
I did. Still do. But Lord Ragland, head of the project, assured me that Allen's security fears were unfounded.
You've spoken with Ragland since Allen's death?
Yes, we met on March 11th. As a precaution, he assured me he would remove Camp from the project.
Can you think of anyone else who might pose a security risk to the project?
Yes. For now, I have my men investigating Zobar, Van Schulenburg, Delgera, and Meskov. Their governments would all have great interest in our new gun.
And what have you uncovered so far?
Unfortunately, nothing. Yet. Van Schulenburg, Delgera... Yes. For now, I have my men investigating Zobar, Van Schulenburg, Delgera, and Meskov. Their governments would all have great interest in our new gun.
And what have you uncovered so far?
Unfortunately, Zobar, Van Schulenburg, Delgera, and Meskov. Van Schulenburg, Delgera, and Meskov. Their governments would all have great interest in our new gun.
And what have you uncovered so far?
Unfortunately, nothing. Yet.
Trying to see if I can find any of these names that he... Well, there's Zobar. 2 Zobars. So I'll add both. Then probably S for not. All right. Delgera. In between C. Oh. Yep. Billable Underhill. Ah, tobacconists. I got a feeling that we're gonna have to visit some of those. Ah, von Schulenberg. I'm not sure about von Guschenstrippen. But the von Schulenberg was definitely one he mentioned. And maybe the last one was Zaya Zomloft. I'll find out. So now let's continue by going to... Who's next? Spaniards Inn.
March the 9th was some days ago. I'm not sure I can recall.
Does this help refresh your memory, sir?
Yes. Now I remember. Two gentlemen with the initials AM reserved private rooms for the evening of March the 9th.
Their names?
Alexander Mishkin and Anthony Mariano.
Could you describe them?
Mishkin was a giant of a fellow. Walked with a cane, spoke with an accent. He arrived about 8:30 and ordered supper.
Was he joined by anyone?
Not that you mention it, he was. By an English gentleman about in his mid-30s.
Do you recall anything about either of them?
Only that they carried identical briefcases.
What about Anthony Mariano?
His reservation was for 9 o'clock. He was about the same age as the Englishman, but no briefcase.
Did he dine alone?
For most of the meal, but a short fat man joined him for dessert.
At least now I know that it's Anthony Mariano and Alexei Meshkov. Those are the A&M that we are looking for. Let's see Kemp.
We're sorry to inconvenience you, Mr. Camp, but we need to ask you a few questions.
Excuse me, beastly cold. Of course, I'd be happy to help. What would you like to know?
Specifically, why you were removed from Project 10.
Our Lord Raglan simply assigned me elsewhere. Since Project Number 10 was well along, he felt I might be more useful in other areas.
Is that all he told you?
Well, he also mentioned that my visits to the French embassy had been misinterpreted in some quarters.
What brings you to the embassy so frequently?
I am secretly engaged to Annette Zobar, daughter of the Vice Consul. Lovely girl. Unfortunately, her father... I am secretly engaged to Annette Zobar, daughter of the Vice Consul. Lovely girl. Unfortunately, her father, Paul Zobar, is not awfully fond of me. Her uncle, Emile, however, is sympathetic to us. Since I work for an arms company and he is the military attaché, my visits there are ostensibly to see him.
Have you ever discussed Project 10 with Monsieur Zobar?
Oh, no, I would never.
You should cut back on your smoking until you are well.
But I don't smoke.
Then to whom do these belong?
Oh, I bought those as a birthday gift to Emile Zobar. Burns and Hill are his favorite. and Hill are his favorite. They give to Emile Zobar. Burns and Hill are his favorite.
I should go visit Lestrade again to find out that tobacco.
I'm surprised.
Perhaps you should read my monograph on the subject. I do not know why the end is evenly... No?
What does that mean?
B&H.
Burns and Hill. Zobar smokes Burns and Hill. B&H. Who else was it that smoked? Was it Marlowe or...
Mr. Lindhart, I understand...
Which perfectly illustrates...
It wasn't you.
Sorry,
That's
Lord,
Keogh.
back to the plant.
Lord Ragland, on the...
Not a bit. I'm quite happy Courtney retired. This is all such a tragedy, don't you agree? But if you'll excuse me, I have a few business matters to attend to. You know how it is.
Quite.
Not a bit. I'm quite happy in my work. Placed him elsewhere. Richard Camp.
Well, tell me, Lord Ragland, what sort of fellow is Richard Camp?
He's splendid, really. Not a mark on his record. But as a concession to both Courtney and Egan, I removed him from the project and placed him elsewhere.
Interesting aroma. What brand is it?
It's Burns and Hill's Imperials. It's their newest. Would you care for one?
No, thank you. Lord Ragland, after Mr. Allen's death, were you disappointed at not being named president?
Not a bit. I'm quite happy in my
Burns and
work in the
Hill's that
technical
one
areas.
too.
Administrative matters.
And he's using the... whatever that's called. Can't remember its name. And also the B&H found that the crime scene was crumbled at butt. Which means that that kind of the extension was most likely used because you have to shove it in there, it gets a little funneled. And that's how Sherlock described it. I need to go meet with this Zobar. Emile.
Would you care for a cigarette? They're Burns and Hill's Imperials. A wonderful smoke.
Thank you, no.
Me
You really shouldn't be smoking in your condition.
It is nothing, just a little bit of a cold.
Tell me, Monsieur Zobar, where were you on the evening of March 9th?
Ah, yes. That was the night of... Would you care for a cigarette? They're Burns and Hill's Imperials. A wonderful smoke.
Thank you, no. You really shouldn't be smoking in your condition.
It is nothing, just a little bit of a cold.
Tell me, Monsieur Zobar, where were you on the evening of March 9th?
Ah, yes. That was the night of Monsieur Allen's death. I was at Simpson's, beating the pants off of Alfie, the so-called chess champion.
Are you acquainted with a Mr. Richard Camp?
Yes, that was the night of Monsieur Allen's death. I was at Simpson's, beating the pants off of Alfie, the so-called chess champion.
Are you acquainted with a Mr. Richard Camp?
Oh, but of course. He's employed at Grant Arms Company, and he's secretly engaged to my beautiful niece, Annette.
Why must the lovebirds be so secretive?
Because my brother, Annette's father, has an inexplicable dislike for the English.
And you, Monsieur Zobar, do you share your brother's feelings?
Oh, mon Dieu, no! I admire you English very much.
Has Mr. Camp ever spoken with you about the special project on which he was working for grants?
Oh, never. Nor would I
Never.
ever ask him about such a confidential matter. He has a profound sense of loyalty. That's why I admire him so much.
On which he was working for grants? Has Mr. Camp ever spoken with you about the special project on which he was working for grants?
Oh, never.
It appears that they've just left. There are fresh footsteps retreating.
Nothing on file. Alright. Who do we go next? Let's start talking to our usual suspects at this point.
I'm here about the Courtney Allen murder. Can you give us any information, Ellis?
Oh, the Grand Arms Company case. Well, as you might already know, they were working on a secret new naval gun. Said it would be superior to anything available today. If superiority on the high seas isn't motive enough for murder, I don't know what is.
Do you know who killed Allen?
Personally, I doubt it was an Englishman who pulled the trigger. If I were you, I'd go knocking on the doors of the military attachés, Delgera, Count von Schulenburg, Zobar, and Meshkov.
Are you suggesting espionage?
Perhaps you and Holmes. If I were you, I'd go knocking on the doors of the military attachés, Delgera, Count... von Schulenburg, Zobar, and Meshkov.
And Meshkov. Those were the same names mentioned by Egan. Zobar, von Schallenberger, Delgera, and Meshkov.
Are you suggesting espionage?
Perhaps you and Holmes should draw your own conclusions. I've already drawn mine.
Yeah, we need to go talk to all four.
I believe Scotland Yard's got the motive all wrong.
How so?
A common thief would not leave behind a briefcase. Therefore, the motive for the murder must be obscure. It seems that you have quite a puzzle on your hands.
Indeed we do, you pompous bastard. I'm sure the pocket watch had something important in it, like hidden. That's why they took it. And if somebody takes something that important, it means that this is another inside job. We just need to find out who and why.
The possibility of foreign involvement struck me as soon as I heard of his death. But so far, all I know is what the Yard has released, which as usual amounts to sweet nothing.
Yeah, even I don't think this is going to be an espionage kind of spy business. Got a feeling it's an inside job.
My word, the London Library closed for renovations? My stars!
Carry on, Watson.
My stars, they would renovate the library and close it for renovations. I was hoping that I could go read in there in that all the noise that they're causing. I love it when I'm reading and there's... Oh, so exciting. Why do they always make Watson so stupid in these? Be it movies and video games. Watson was not an idiot. He just didn't have the same kind of brain capacity as Sherlock Holmes when it came to deduction. He was just a doctor. But he was not stupid.
Yes, I recall the Allen case. Chap was shot in the chest, at very close range too, if I'm not mistaken.
How close?
Oh, I'd say from a distance of 2 feet, no more.
How could you tell?
There were extensive powder burns on his overcoat.
Do you have the bullet?
No, but I'm sure it was of large caliber.
How can you be so sure?
I distinctly recall the exit wound. It was massive.
Oh, how grisly.
So I would say it was not just a pistol that got him shot. Must be something like a cannon, maybe, or maybe the new weapon that they've been developing. Isn't it so that Watson was often more correct than Holmes himself? Not really, but there were some aspects that Watson was much better at than Sherlock Holmes. I mean, Sherlock Holmes just didn't give a fuck about, social life and all that. So there were a lot of aspects that he just didn't care about. That's where Watson filled in. And many of the times, Watson, because him being a doctor, he could examine wounds and the way people were killed and actually tell a lot more details to Sherlock Holmes from there. So they were, you could say that they worked together really well. Just, which one had the better expertise on a certain. Yeah, Watson was the personable one, yeah. He's the kind man. Being a doctor, he has charisma, he has social skills, and Sherlock would be just asking questions and being, a recluse, pretty much. It's a really interesting dynamic.
What came out of your usual tete-a-tete with Murray, Dr. Whitson?
Oh, very funny, Helms. Actually, I learned nothing at all. Apparently, Murray is on holiday in the south of France with his brother Mortimer.
Whitson and Helms.
I am afraid that none of the principals in your case have ever had any brush with the law. I guess you could say that's fortunate for them, but unfortunate for you.
Watson can get the information from people by caring, where Holmes just knows stuff. Yeah? I mean, Sherlock just looks at a person and in 2 seconds he knows what they've done that day or where they've been in the last week. Watson needs to ask about these things to get the information. But he does it well because he's caring, being a doctor, as always.
Yes, I do believe I can help you out on that one. Courtney Allen was paying court to old von Schulenburg's new bride.
What? The Countess von Schulenburg?
Deliciously wicked, isn't it?
It's a bad business, this Allen murder.
Have you heard any rumblings?
Nary a word, Governor. I know a couple of blokes who ain't above using a pig sticker in a dark alley, but a pistol ain't hardly sporting. Hey, serve you up a round?
All right. We've gone through the usual suspects. Highly doubt there's anything here.
It appears that Mr. Allen left his entire estate to his wife, Beatrice.
Indeed, just as his brother suspected.
Suspected. All right, next up is Mariano.
Well, Holmes, I did speak to the gentleman, but he was baffled as to why I had come.
Ah. Maybe that Mariano is the wrong one. Well, let's go to the next name, Meshkov.
Were you able to speak with Alexei Meshkov?
No, he wasn't home. At least I think that's what the 7-foot giant in the Cossack uniform was trying to tell me. By the way, Holmes, any idea what Dosvidonia means?
Try the Russian embassy.
Do svidania. Not do svidonia. Do svidania. As in goodbye. E for embassy. Russian. Boop.
Well, Holmes, I did speak to the...
No info from there. We've talked to you. We've talked to you. Can I talk to Kent? Don't think so.
I've rung the bell a half-dozen times and no one has come to the door.
Really, Watson? Next time I would appreciate it if you would thoroughly research your leads before you ask me to come along.
Hey, it's not his problem. It's yours. The son of the famous London surgeon. Nothing on file. Leonhard we've talked to already. Nothing on camp. He gave us a lot of information. And he was the one who was buying Burns and Hill for Zobar. And a partridge in a pear tree. Sir Clayton is a scholarly gentleman who is also an excellent hunter. Ironically, his game of choice is partridge.
What a magnificent gun.
Thank you. It's one of my favorite for quail hunting.
It wouldn't by chance be a Grant Arms Company model?
Oh, why, yes, it is. They make the best guns, you know. And fortunately for me, my old friend Philip Marlowe is Grant's new president. So I get a bit of a break on the price.
That's a spot of good luck. Tell me, Sir Partridge, when was it you last saw Mr. Marlowe?
Played golf with him the very day of Courtney Allen's murder.
When did you finish your last round?
Oh, late afternoon, and then we had supper together. It must have been midnight when we parted company.
Last saw Mr. Marlowe?
Played golf with him the very day of Courtney Allen's murder.
When did you finish your last round?
Oh, late afternoon, and then we had supper together. It must have been midnight when we parted company.
Well, that gives them an alibi. Not to be involved in murder. This. Next up, Delguera, Hector.
Of course, I recall March 9th. It is our wedding anniversary. That evening, we had a formal dinner party for 30 guests.
What time did the festivities begin?
Most of the guests arrived by 6:30.
But not all.
Count von Schulenburg and his wife made their grand entrance at 8:30.
So they were at the same party. Warner Brothers and Dot.
Would you care for one, Mr. Holmes? Burns and...
I wonder, judging from the music, if he's German.
Hill Imperials. Quite good.
No, thank you. I am loyal to my pipe.
I doubt that I can shed any light on the murder of Mr. Allen.
Were you aware that the Grant Arms Company was developing a new weapon for the British government?
I knew of such a weapon, yes, but not of any of the details concerning it.
I'm curious, Count. Do you recall where you were on the evening of March 9th?
I recall quite clearly. My wife and I were at the home of Hector Delguera, military attaché to the Spanish government.
We're obliged to listen to this kind of music at least once per day. I thought so, just like we need to listen to polka. Twitch being Twitch, most likely. I have an interest to look up this game, if there's even Holmes Consulting. Oh. That would mean that they are running out of battery. There. Oh man, really? IMDb, you're lacking. I wanted to look up the cast for the game, because the one playing von Schulenburg sounded familiar, sounded like a voice actor for a couple of characters in Broken Sword. Wondering if the manual has info. Like a cast. Of course it doesn't. At least that manual didn't have it. No, that's just a walkthrough. Oh well.
Do you recall where you were on the evening of March 9th?
I recall quite clearly. My wife and I were at the home of Hector del Guerra, military attaché to the Spanish government.
I mean, that's such a familiar sounding voice. It's definitely a character, played a character in Broken Sword.
I doubt that I can shed any light on the murder of Mr. Allen.
Oh well. To the Russian embassy.
I cannot deny it. My government is very interested in the new naval gun being developed by Grants. But we are a patient people. We will wait until the British government deigns to allow Grant Arms to sell us the new gun.
Sir, would you mind telling us where you were on the evening of March 9th?
Was that not the night of Mr. Allen's death?
It was.
Well, let me see. Ah, yes. I was attending a performance at the Covent Gardens Theatre. And now, gentlemen, if you will excuse me, I have some business to attend to.
Loved your Russian accent. Totally Russian. Covent Garden Theater. That was very obvious.
Oh, yes. I recall that gentleman. He looked like a walrus. He could barely fit into the theater seat.
Oh, my. At what time did the performance end that evening?
10 o'clock.
Did you see Mr. Meshkov exit at that time?
Now that you mention it, no. I'm quite sure he was gone before the final curtain call.
Alright. I mean, many of the when it fades in, you know, all of them are like action. Everybody just wakes up when it fades in. It's many times it's one of the jokes that me and my friend have about movies. Especially there was one movie that is a big culprit of that action moment, because it felt like half of the scenes were like you could almost hear the director shouting action, and they started filming, you know, they edited so that once the action was said, then they cut, and you can see the actors just like everything's just suddenly woke up. It's like, ugh, horrible acting. But then again, it's a really bad movie, so what do you expect? Good acting? Not in that one. But I still think that the best indie movies that are horribly made are the ones where we actually hear the director either shouting action or cut. There is actually one... I remember one movie that they have a scene that goes on for a bit too long. Somebody's just walking away from the camera. Then you wait. Then you hear, cut. And then it fades to black slowly. It's like, great job there, editor. You really followed the instructions to the T. I think it's the same movie where I described that scene that has also like it's you hear I don't think you hear action, but it's like it fades in, nobody's moving, and then suddenly, oh, we're partying, woo woo! It's like great editing. Padre was the right kind of Johnny. Said his friend Marlowe could get us a good price on a gun if we were in the market for one. Yeah, selling guns to kids. Good market. Sir Clayton is a scholarly gentleman. All Russian immigrants must register here upon their arrival in London. Meshkov is as big as a hippopotamus. Weren't the friendly type neither, said Doss with his cane. Alright, since everybody is smoking that of one certain flavor, let's go to some tobacconists to find out about this tobacco. British Smoke Shop caters to an exclusive clientele. They are well stocked with expensive foreign brands.
That's a Burns and Hill Imperial. You're not considering it, are you?
Why do you ask?
It's just that this is a very expensive blend of Turkish and Virginia tobaccos. Very strong, yet very smooth. It's not a cigarette for the casual smoker, but rather for the connoisseur. And begging your pardon, sir, you just don't strike me as a connoisseur.
Oh, I see. These Imperials are made to order, are they not?
Oh, yes, sir, and we are the only shop in London that carries them. It's a relatively new brand, and the client list is very small and exclusive.
Might I inquire who is on that list?
Whatever for?
I would like to know if it is worthy of my name.
If you insist. Richard Camp, Sir Clayton Partridge, Lord Henry Ragland, Count von Schulenburg, and Emile Zobar.
Mm-hmm. Those are pretty much the ones.
Richard Camp, Sir
Camp. Even though he says Camp, but the Camp doesn't smoke it. He bought one as a gift to Zobar.
Clayton Partridge.
Partridge? Doesn't he didn't mention smoking at all, but I'll take his word.
Lord Henry Ragland.
Yeah, Ragland we saw smoking.
Count von Schulenburg and...
Yeah, Schulenburg.
And Emile Zobar.
Yep. Indeed, Emile Zobar also smokes Burnson Hill Imperial. That's why... That's why Camp's name is on the... At least I found the right shop to go to right away. Got the information that I needed. There's a name that was mentioned by Zubor. So let's go visit this Samson Elfie.
Pity. It appears that no one is in.
Shit. Alfred Simpson is the eldest son of Leonard and Julia Simpson. He is an amateur chess champion. Huh. I mean, Zobar did say that he was playing chess. Emile Zobar is a French military attaché for the embassy here in London. Nice job, you offered us a DJ Burns and Hill. And don't be smoking it there, Wiggins. Mr. Jan Sommerloth is an expert forger of Rembrandts. Ah, he would be perfect for the previous case. Forgery. Restaurant. Watson and I slipped away in the middle of many a dreary day to dine on their paella. Nothing wrong with dining paella. It's great. Captain Ian is the artillery officer for the Admiralty. Excuse me. I don't think I missed anybody.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court stands in order. So it's you again. Well, it's always a pleasure to have this court graced with your presence. So I see you're here to solve the murder of Courtney Allen. Weren't satisfied with Scotland Yard's robbery theory, I see? All right, then. Who murdered Courtney Allen? Remember, you're to choose from either your notebook or the directory.
Now here's the problem, Judge. I haven't really figured out who didn't do it. Let's think. Who could have didn't do it? So... The only one that I've seen with the thing where you put the cigarette to was Ragland. And he was the head of the special project. So I would imagine that he would be the one to kill him. The only question is why? Mariano was the only one that we couldn't find of the foreign. Mr. Meshkov also was there. But he left before the show at the theater was over. And there was that mysterious letter. I have a suspicion.
How right you are! Good work! Now, tell the court, if you will, why Courtney Allen was murdered.
Let me see the choices. Maybe I can confirm my suspicions. Because his affair with Countess von Schulenburg had been discovered, not even a mention of anything like that, was paid to assassinate Allen by a foreign dignitary. Because he forgot Billy's mother's birthday. Yes, that's it. Because Allen had learned of Lord Raglan's plan to sell SP number 10 to a foreign power to clear the way for Philip Marlowe to take over the presidency of Grand Arms Company. Now, Philip Marlowe that was already going to get it anyway. Yep, that was one of the characters' name, Philip Marlowe. Yep. They could have also had Sam Spade in there somewhere, and Perry Mason, and lots of other references. But I think it's the foreign power selling the plans.
Good show. Now tell me, what was the significance of Special Project SP-10?
Significance? It was a revolutionary new naval gun. That's it. It was an artillery piece specially designed for the British Army. It was a rifle developed for long-range accuracy. It was a special piece of steel armament to be used by the Navy. Now, it was a new naval gun.
By George, I think you've got it. Now tell us, if you can, what transpired at Spaniard's Inn.
Courtney Allen met with Walter Keogh to plan the capture of Emile Zobar and Lord Raglan and exposed them as spies. Lord Raglan sold the plans for SP number 10 to Alexei Meshkov, sold the plans for SP number 10 to the attaché of the German embassy. Lord Raglan met with Philip Marlowe to plot the sale of the plans of SP number 10. Courtney Allen had a romantic meeting with Beatrice Warner. Oh my. I mean, it's definitely Meshkov, because he left the theater early to have a meeting with Raglan.
Yes, you've got it. Now tell us, what was Richard Camp actually doing during his numerous visits to the French embassy?
Visiting his fiancée Annette, taking French lessons, selling military secrets to the French attaché, playing chess with Emile Zobar. He was spying on Zobar for the Admiralty. I would think Annette. I mean, it was a secret, but not anymore. But he did mention that he would be visiting her a lot. Even though her father didn't approve. But Emile did. So.
Fine detective work.
Thank you.
Now for your final question. A cigarette was found at the scene of the crime. Why, pray tell, was it pinched evenly all around?
Because of the Its owner liked to bite on the end of his cigarettes. Nope. It had to be used to force the lock on Courtney Allen's briefcase. Nope. Being smoked through a cigarette holder. It is a characteristic of all Burns and Hill cigarettes. Yeah, it a characteristic. It a characteristic. God damn those typos. Characteristic. It has been smoked through a cigarette holder.
Excellent job. You've solved the case to my satisfaction.
Court
is recessed. Until the next time, of course.
Of course. Which will be the next game. Because I just solved all the cases.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong...
Shut up, Watson. Hey, we've just solved all the cases. Yay!